Congratulations to the qualifier through Casey Cup in points for having the first victory. It is a best of 5. There's a chance for Yuko to come back, but a strong start from Takagi.
Not a surprise, once again sticking with the deck that got him here. He said that he mostly played Destiny Heroes in the KC Cup, and he starts once again with it, not letting him down.
So this is also how we started yesterday.
Yep.
Presumably, if we follow the same game plan, it will be Speedroids coming up next. Surprisingly enough, he didn't win that one in the semifinals, but we do know that Takagi, and what we learned about him was that he's a very patient duelist. I didn't notice a lot of nerves in the semifinals. Obviously, we don't see the live reactions, so maybe there was when we were watching the replay, but it felt like there were decisions being made that I would have just flipped the card and said, no, you're not going to do that. And he's like, no, I'm going to let them do it, and I'm going to flip at the right time. So I'm very impressed with Takagi as a duelist overall.
Yeah, that time response is really huge. Not just having a card that you can't activate doesn't mean you should always click yes. You got to wait for that opportune moment to jump in and really disrupt the opponent.
I like to remind people there's a reason I'm here and they're there. No shade on, I guess, the two actual players.
Whoa.
Yeah, how come you're not up on the stage?
I don't know. I tried, but it wasn't quite good enough.
Yeah, I did try as well through the
next year.
Always next year.
But we are getting into game 2. Takagi leads 1-0 versus Yuko. Game 2 underway. And now it's swapping the characters. Yuko will play Aster Phoenix, presumably that Destiny Hero deck, and Takagi is onto the Speedroids.
Yes, as you mentioned, keeping the same order as yesterday, and now up against his own signature deck. Let's see if Yuko can give it justice.
It's my turn.
And did Yuko open as well as Takagi? I believe it's still a 30-card deck. Starting with the win, getting that Terror Top. So
that's pretty nice.
Yeah, no, Speedroid is so consistent in Duel Links. I think that is the most powerful part about this deck and why we see it so represented. Marcello, I don't think we ever saw a Speedroid deck in day 1 have a bad opening. Like, they always got to the Synchro Climb, especially because of the skill helping them get there.
Yes, up until the semifinals, when he just opened double Forbidden Lands against Takagi, and his opponent unfortunately lost out, but it's very rare that it happens, and this is an amazing opening. All you need really is that Wind Charmer, and you can go all in with it.
Yeah, there's a lot of openers in this deck, and it is a smaller deck. A reminder, Duel Links, it is 20-card minimum. This is one of those decks that you might as well just go for that. We do Synchro Climb up into an eventual 8-star Synchro monster. Generally, it will also have a 7-star on the field as well, maybe a few back rows.
Card where it gives you that free card, always nice.
And your Yuko's going to have to fight into a pretty intimidating board.
Able to special summon attack and combo since he has the wind on the field. Classic.
Yeah,
those are some of my favorite cards. I know you know all about Speedroid Terror Top and Attack and Top.
Yeah, back in 2017, obviously.
Yeah, 2017, that was a great time.
Speedroid Terror Top is quite the terror.
I swear I was the first person to ever make a Dante with those two.
It really opens up your synchro summon options, being able to modify.
Ask our boy, Nick Santucci.
You get it back easily from the graveyard as well, which allows you to Synchro Climb into that Crystal Wing later on. And now we see the animation, I think,
yes. Right? This is my favorite animation. Watch this, Bill. You're in for a treat.
I haven't seen this one yet.
This isn't Duel Links?
Wow. Yeah, this is almost as cool as the blue. Oh, wow. Yeah,
look at it. It's not done. Yeah, there it is. Clear Wing Synchro Dragon's letting you know it's on the field now. And now we can use the skill to get another dice on the board, another 1-star tuner, and boom, now we can go into that 8-star Synchro.
Yeah, the dice hits the field, and now we can upgrade into that Crystal Wing, possibly. Let's see what he wants to go for.
Going for the 5-star tuner with the 3-star non-tuner.
And this is a big excavate.
Oh, Forbidden Chalice. So we're going to have a quick effect negate. We will have a 8-star Synchro and a 7-star Synchro most likely on the board, but actually no.
No, we go for the puzzle maybe first.
Okay.
Let's see, or what he does he wants to go for. Yes, that's the puzzle.
High Speedroid puzzle.
Takagi very comfortable and confident in his ability to perform these climbs. And now it's high Speedroid puzzle on the field. We're going to Synchro Summon again.
And there is where we are going to see that other ace monster of the deck in the Crystal Wing.
This one doesn't have a summoning animation.
No way.
I know. My letter's already in the mail. I am going to request it. But for now, we have Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon along with the Clear Wing Synchro Dragon on the field, and that Forbidden.
Really good
What an opening.
Yep. But again, we've seen this opening anytime. Speedroid is very consistent, and this is almost the expectation. Honestly, it should just be the expectation. So now the question, and where things get exciting, is how does Yuko play into this? Because Destiny Hero can crack this board, I'm telling you right now.
Reinforcing the army seems like a good start.
Into Celestial, interesting one. Okay. We are gonna activate this skill right away, I believe. Yeah, Destiny effect, getting that malicious plus polymerization really strong.
That seems like a pretty good skill.
Yeah, it's very good, and that's what I'm saying. You know, when you look at the skills, they are often what determine what decks are actually viable.
Makes a lot of sense.
But the Crystal Wing negates the malicious. So.
Yeah, that is actually very impactful.
Malicious also just being able to force out the Crystal Wing. Maybe has other plans for it. Dystopia.
Nice. I love me some Dystopia gaming.
Dystopia Gaming.
Usually we've seen it pair up later on with the Swordsman to get that effect going.
We don't have the material yet, but maybe Yuko has a way to get there.
But now we are actually going to use the Crystal Wing at its target, so that's huge. Maybe
that's actually really good. Yuko will have no monsters on the field. 3 back row set. But thinking about the Destiny Hero decks, those might be a couple of bluffs. We'll see. Can Takagi end it here? Would go up 2-0 in this best of 5.
There's 1,378 people watching in the actual game. Why aren't they just watching the stream? Why aren't they just watching Bart Howard?
Yeah, it's actually a Speedroid card.
It's awesome.
If you weren't aware.
Yeah, I wasn't. I kind of missed that part. I thought it was a Terratop card.
Only in your dreams.
Oh, but we see this Book of Moon right here.
So Yuko does not have 3 back row bluffs set. There are actually cards. We are playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, but now he needs more to stay in this game.
Yeah.
These voice lines are actually insane.
With the Crystal Wing to stay.
What are the odds? Mirror Force, the one of Crackdown.
They actually.
That's a big one.
They have to do like a bunch of different voice lines for situations and program them for the specific cards and when they're interacting with each other.
I believe we had the Chalice that was found earlier. So that means we know that there's still a Chalice down. Lance will protect them. That should be it.
That could be over unless there's another.
It's not over yet.
Final back row for Yuko. Is it anything? Is it nothing? Spin Storm, Sky Strike for the game. Takagi up 2-0.
Wow, that was incredible. It was a speedy match.
Speedy.
Yeah.
Takagi showing again, he's so comfortable in these decks with these matchups. We saw him lose with the Speedroids in the semifinals yesterday, but this time around, Marcello, he got it.
Absolutely, what a show off, and I don't want to jinx it, but this might be the first time ever all weekend that we see that 3-0's whip, and if it happens in the finals, that will be insane.
I mean, so why he's here in the finals, ready to be able to 3-0 the finals.
That's a good point. The third deck, though, is one of my favorites. If it's the same that was played yesterday, if we're playing in the same order for Takagi, Crusadia should be up next.
I've heard y'all nonstop talking about this match from yesterday, so I'm excited to see the deck that
one of my favorite decks to play on the ladder. And the way I play it is very different than the way Takagi plays it, especially the way that I built it. Maybe part of that has to do with the limitations and the rules set for how you build your decks. But either way, it seemed like Takagi was very comfortable and very confident in how to pull off the Crusadia combos. And again, that was the instance where I felt like he played it so patiently.
Absolutely. I mean, he had some very unique choices in his decks, and not only in the way that he picked even the characters, you know, in the way he interacted with them, but that Crusadia deck must be it.
Yeah, I don't know much about Duel Links to have any insightful commentary on it.
Takagi, 1 win away from being world champion. Yuko has to reverse sweep from here.
Y'all did see a reverse sweep yesterday, right?
We did. There was a reverse sweep.
Not out of the realm of possibility.
Anything can happen at the World Championship.
And I can tell you that much.
What the fuck is that
Playmaker
thing?
and AI means Crusadia.
Oh, the AI. Okay, okay.
Takagi did not have any back row outside of Crusadia Crawler in that last duel. Went first, set up the Crusadia with Crawler combo, the Equimax Crawler.
Win.
And then
Oh,
won on the
searches
ball
that? That's
with a
funny.
Kaiju summon. Was
That's
Yuko
funny.
I don't know, because Yuko's on speedroids right now going
That's
first,
funny.
so you can at least try and stop some of the Kaijus maybe with this, but you're not going to be interacting as much with all the Crusadia climbing. It could get tough.
You're right about the consistency of this deck.
Yeah, no, we're going to see the exact same combo, I almost guarantee you.
Yeah, he's going for a different opening instead of searching for the normal summon. Maybe he already has it.
Yeah, I mean, that's generally what that means.
There it is.
Okay, maybe we have two of it now. Interesting.
Yeah, going for a different line.
We get the animation again. Let's go.
This is a cool one.
Yep, this
I'm
is
a
why
big
I
fan
don't mind
now.
that everyone's playing speedroids, because we get treated to this every single time. Yeah. Synchro summon.
There it is.
Yeah, I never knew that anything like this was Duel Links. They actually did a spectacular job adding to this.
Right there at the very end really makes it so nice.
All right, so the clear when Synchro Dragon hits the field, which means the skill will continue on into the further combo.
You know what I just realized? That Yuko is picking the deck that he just lost to twice in a row now.
He is.
He just picked up the deck that he lost to, but that's not working up until now.
And that is a big factor in this. We have 5 decks to bring. Which matchup are you going to get, and how are you going to play it out? Maybe Yuko's just one deck behind what he should be doing.
Like he is at the moment, but this will be an amazing opening nonetheless.
And we'll continue to climb from here. This is a way that we've seen it been most of the time, but now we have the double yo-yo summon after the fact. Get back to tuner. We're going to go into that 7-star. Important to note, typically we want to get into one of our forbidden cards. We've seen most of the speedroids playing the Forbidden Chalice and the Forbidden Lance and excavating into those. We didn't see that earlier because there's the double yo-yo pick up. So a back row set would actually be pretty pivotal in this matchup. Otherwise, if Takagi has 3 Crusadia monsters in hand, it's going to be kind of tough to survive here. I mean, Crusadia, I like Crusadia going second more than first.
Really? Just because they can put out so much damage, like Equimax and stuff.
The double damage, battle damage over with Equimax is huge.
And especially, as you mentioned, we have seen he's playing Kaiju. Those are amazing going second. You can,
guide you over the Crystal Wing and then just go into Crusadia combo. And this duel could be over quick. But there's 2 back row. Oh, that is very impactful. Yuko might still be in this now.
Let's see, okay, Arborea, not a Kaiju yet.
I would imagine the Kaiju would come down first if you had it, just to get through the Crystal Wing. So maybe this is a sign that there is no Kaiju in hand for Takagi.
I guess you could do it now.
Great at making Hauka 5 Rex.
Yeah.
Sorry, I gotta splash in my TCG stuff here a little bit.
We can't talk about that card anymore.
Oh, sorry, he's forbidden.
Okay, this is a nice one. You could make a chain link to prevent the Crystal Wing from negating whatever you want, but he's actually, okay, interestingly enough, deciding to keep the other one around. I guess it makes sense still.
Ruthlisia can actually get through some of these monsters, so I think it makes sense. You have to stop that one. I do like that from Takagi.
Yeah, because now
forces it out.
The negation is gone. Ooh, and here's the Draco.
Wow, so we have Draco. We have Maximus in hand. This is the ideal Crusadia opening. I think we still need a Kaiju in order to OTK. But we haven't seen, I believe, 2 cards in the hand of Takagi. There is a chance.
And he can still special summon that Arborea he just added back to his hand since he started with the normal summon.
The Crusadia combo is so satisfying. I love this deck. Another one that I missed out on when it was first coming out.
Oh, it's great at link climbing, yeah.
But very fun to revisit it. One of the big reasons Duel Links is such a fun game. You can experience a different format.
Here comes that Arborea that he added back.
And he gets the power, which is a nice one to protect from those face downs.
That's actually huge. Yeah, now these back row are way less threatening. This is part of why Crusadia is so good at going second. The OTK is not difficult to set up. Takagi had to play this correctly, and he did. But now this is the reward. Equimax, Maximus in hand, power as well. This duel could end right here.
Yes, could this be all
True.
for that 3-0?
Let's add up the damage.
Calculating the formula for victory.
Yeah, I mean, Oh yeah, we haven't even used the skill here.
No.
Gaining all that life points back. Currently doing double damage. Oh, we're gonna go for the power early.
That's
Interesting. Do we have a second power though?
Ooh, but we see the lance chain.
Yeah. Well, I mean, does lose the attack. Now it's unaffected by the effects of other spell and traps, so this other back row still won't do anything.
But still more. 4 legacy succession to bring it back.
Wow.
Is that the last card in his hand?
Takagi is very creative. We're just
Okay.
synchro. Yep. It's not the OTK. Yugo is
Yeah, I mean, that's the most he can do.
But it's looking rough.
He has a negate, but if he negates, then he gets beat over.
Speedroid deck ends with, you know, the card back in his hand, added in the end phase through the graveyard, thanks to the puzzle.
Yeah.
But he didn't open up with that combo, and now he's left top decking, I guess.
That's a good point. Typically, Speedroid, the power of it is not only the consistent setup, but also the follow-up on the next turn if your opponent doesn't OTK you right there.
But now we get to use once again that skill.
We still have this. The skills have so many effects. The layers to them add so much depth to these matches.
They really seem to. They really have a huge impact on the gameplay. More so than how you draw, it seems like.
Let's see this excavate.
Oh, that's nice. Chalice. So we're going to just clear through the Maximus. I'm trying to remember, do we know what's in hand for Takagi? Was that the Arborea? Or is that
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't get over that, but he has to draw something good.
Yeah, okay.
Is there the one that protects in the graveyard, or is that only by card effect? You know, the girl? Yeah.
The graveyard will protect Maximus on field.
And
that's it.
That's it?
Yeah, I mean, now I can just attack over the Clearwing.
These will have to do a lot of heavy lifting here, as we know that Takagi has a deep Crusadia extra deck package. There is another full line of Crusadia cards that were shown in yesterday's semifinals, and we're just dropping the Equimax.
Interesting.
Huh. Well, let's see where Takagi goes with this one.
Yeah, just gonna. We know that he's playing the second.
I mean, if he has a line to get to 3, then it is just better.
And this gets another Arborea into rotation.
Yeah. He now knows that there is the Forbidden Chalice face down, and so he couldn't just attack with the Equimax, because then he could, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it makes complete sense.
So he grabbed Replace. He maybe already has Draco. I feel like Draco's pretty useful in your follow-up.
Yeah. There's a reason Takagi is here. He has a plan. He has a strategy of where this field is going. We're going for the Reclusia. This will force out the Forbidden.
That should be better.
I would agree.
Yeah.
On the regular?
I guess maybe if we know that, he's gonna go for the Chalice. That's nice.
Yeah, because the Reclusia otherwise can just pop itself at something else.
I guess you could just chain it on the link, right? So
yeah, I think you go after the regular.
Yeah. Well played here by Yuko, and let's see his last card in hand. If he is able to come up with the field here,
Is this a Draco? That would be so cool.
That would be incredible. We still don't know what Yuko's other back row card is right now.
Yeah, it's been down for quite some time. In terms of Duel Links time.
In terms of Duel Links
Yeah.
A good distinction to make. Now, we know there's another Equimax in Takagi's extra deck. I'm not sure what the other 2 cards are, if there's other options to go into in this instance. And if so, what those might be. And if
Yeah, I wonder as well.
What Takagi is staring down. Because this is why I was surprised to see Crusadia. It's not one of the highest powered decks around, and it can be tough to play through a lot of the top threats.
I think we are just going maybe for the second Equimax and
Test that one more time.
I guess.
Let's see.
Test that one more time.
Maybe you could go for something else.
There are the right arrows. Yeah. There is the Equimax. We can just try and clear the arrows. And And then hopefully that back row does not do much to stop you. And we have another Maximus.
That's nice, though, yeah.
Ooh, do we just switch everything? Oh, we're keeping one Maximus in defense.
And no response from the face down. Also important to notice that Takagi is basically at a TCG like life points count now.
Yeah,
like
7,600 life points. Not only does Yuko need to combo through this field, an intimidating field, Equimax can negate something here, but you also need to do 7,600 damage at some point throughout this duel to Takagi.
If there was a top deck, that was one of the better ones with the win. Now there is at least a hope of coming back into this. Let's see if you can find the line, though.
There's no back row for Takagi, so it's really just this Equimax that Yuko needs to play through. But Takagi, this is what I said, he's a patient player. He's waiting for the right moment. Side frame Lord Zeta. That's exciting.
Yeah, but the issue is there is still another. Now in Memphis 2, you can punish both, and he's gonna be left with no field.
Okay, this should be it.
Yeah.
Takagi, we have the headphones coming off.
This might be it.
And that's the Kaiju. He has it. Takagi with a 3-0 sweep is your Duel 2023 World Champion.
The actual 3-0.
Incredible match. 3-0.
Wow.
Well deserved, and what a match. We mentioned it, no 3-0 all weekend, and now he does it in the finals. Amazing, amazing Takagi.
Yeah, that was pretty ridiculous. Yeah, like I've never seen a girl before.
一直以来做了这么多的努力，终于在今天获得了成果。
今までの努力が報われましたので嬉しいです。
盛大な拍手をお願いいたします。
Well earned from Takagi, a 3-0 Marcello. This was not a 5-game series. This is the first sweep that we have seen all weekend on stream.
What a match it was, and what surprised me, or maybe not, was that Takagi just stick with what he did all weekend, bringing the same decks in the same exact order. It just worked out.
Billy, you got to see a Crusadia deck. How are you feeling right now? I know you're watching TCG OCG yesterday. This is the treat of dueling.
I mean, this almost felt more like TCG OCG than I remember from Duel Links.
Yeah, I have to agree, because Duel Links was not anything like that before. I knew that they were Link monsters, and I knew that they were like pretty much every mechanic, the extra monster zone, but that was something else.
And we did see there was back row in Takagi.
I can't believe that they never at least did like Duel Links or Master Duel Worlds before this in the COVID time, because that was like their perfect opportunity to like always do that. I don't really understand that whatsoever.
Yeah, Takagi is just the start of the show for now. What a year for him.
Yeah, in every competition there must be winners, there must be losers. But you're still on the fight.
Damn, they're roasting the guy.
To all the players that participated over the weekend, congratulations to Takagi for taking the victory and the World Championships. The first in 4 years. It's not just the fact that he gets to now say he's the best in the world of Duel Links, but it's the best that has not been decided for a long stretch of time.
It has been a while for sure, and what a better way to do it. Even sneaking in with that qualification, because he got the 4th place at the KC Cup. Maybe a lot of players underestimated him, and now he is the world champion. He's the best player in the world.
I mean, that's one thing that I love about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is you don't have to be ranked the highest, you just have to get into the tournament. And once you're there, everyone has that equal opportunity, the same chance to walk away with the championship.
Yeah, you can have these deep runs from players. So with that said, that is it for Duel Links.
All right, guys, we're gonna take a break with them. We'll be right back.
皆さんこんにちは。コナミデジタルエンターテインメント遊戯王デジタルゲーム制作チームプロデューサーの寺島です。2016年にサービス開始となりました遊戯王デュエルリンクスですが、遊戯王デュエルモンスターズから始まり、昨年アニメ6作品目の遊戯王ブレインズを追加し、さまざまなワールドで楽しんでいただいているかと思います。現在9月28日の新ワールド開放に向けて準備を進めておりますが、今回は7作品目となる遊戯王セブンスワールドが追加される予定です。これは日本で2020年よりサービス開始となりました遊戯王ラッシュデュエルがデュエルリンクスでも遊べるということです。大量ドローや連続召喚などラッシュデュエルならではのダイナミックでスピーディーな新しいデュエルを体験いただけます。一から始めることができる遊戯王の新たな入り口として、全ての皆様にデュエルリンクスを楽しんでいただければと考えております。現在デュエルリンクスではオフィシャルカードゲームを元にしたスピードデュエルを遊んでいただいておりますが、新ワールド追加後はスピードデュエル、ラッシュデュエルの二軸で展開させていただきます。引き続きスピードデュエル、ラッシュデュエル、それぞれのワールドを盛り上げてまいりますので、これからのデュエルリンクスにご期待ください。
Can you believe it? We got sevens coming, Billy.
I'm so excited. One of my favorite characters from all the animated series is actually from Sevens, and I've been watching it since the beginning, and that's Luke. I can't wait to play as Luke in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Sevens world. I'm so excited for
The
this.
funny thing is, I even asked you this ahead of the show. Who's your favorite character? And you're like, yeah, you can't play him in Duel Links. But hey, look at that.
I'm so pumped.
You manifested.
I really did. I believed in
Thank
it.
you, Billy. Everyone actually say thank you to Billy.
You're
for
welcome.
bringing this in.
Yes,
Yeah.
Multi-Strike Dragon Draggy is just for you guys.
Yes, September 28th, gonna be an exciting one nonetheless. We already just went through the Duel Links World Championship, but we already look into the future, and that's amazing news.
Exactly. And speaking of the future, coming up next, we have the Master Duel Worlds Finals. So make sure to stick around because North America versus Europe is coming up right after this.
What are they doing next? Are they going to do Master Duel, or are they going to make us wait for the TCG? That's probably what they'll do. The TCG is the most hype. $30 minutes? Wow. I made a huge mistake streaming this. I need to sit here for 30 minutes and bullshit around while this goes on in the background. Oh, man. I hope that my chair is squeaking less now. I know I was a little aggressive before. Well, yeah, so I'm honestly really excited. I saw that Sword Soul made it into the finals with the last round. However, I didn't get to see if the other deck was confirmed. I know it's between Dragon Link and what was it? Vanquish Soul? Vanquish Soul was the other deck. I actually didn't get to see much of that deck except for I watched it in. Was that top? No, I got to watch some of it in top 4, but before I watched it when it was playing against. Oh man, what was the other deck it was playing against? It was that the TR Elements match. That's right. It was TR Elements with the Shaddoll stuff in it, like the Shaddoll fusion. The Shaddoll fusion was really interesting in that deck. I think I saw that on Master Duel once, but the person definitely didn't utilize it in the way that. I honestly don't know his name. Let's see if we can find the information on if the other deck is announced yet. When in doubt, ask Zodiac Duelists. Okay, so the Master Duel is the 3v3. That makes sense. I was really confused about that before. Okay, so I know who the people are, but what decks were they playing? Okay, so it is Dragon Link versus Sword Soul again. Oh man, my boys, Dragon Link. Are we actually gonna make it? Are the deck lists released? Why is the first thing that comes up 2015? Yeah, it's all just coming back to the same. Like, I can't find the specific deck lists, but we can kind of theorize on them. Give me 1 second. So, I mean, if we go back and watch some of the older stream, we can at least try to figure out what the Sword Soul guy was running. Wow, they had a whole hour. Okay, so... Sorry, guys. I'm gonna turn the speed up for me. He's definitely playing Ash. And then he makes some other easy predictions. Is it with? Okay. Definitely playing Moyes, Ayers, Long Youngs. This guy. Is this? No, he might not be playing that. There's no reason you wouldn't play 3 Emergence. Probably a Blackout. What of him? I'm just gonna put 3 in here for now. We see fit. And now these decks might be public somewhere, and I'm just silly, but this is fun at least. Dark Ruler no more in the main. No, don't put it on screen for you guys. I watched some of this earlier. I didn't get to tune in for the entire showing of it. I was actually really surprised that we had to wait 4 hours or 3 hours after this was on for us to get to any of it. It was just Duel Links, and now we're just waiting. Taya, that's everything we already know. Get a god pause here on his deck.
3, 2, 1.
This is ridiculous. They went all out for all of this music and everything. Like, this isn't just some random scrub stuff. So, Boxia, of course, that makes sense. Oh. Oh my god, I missed it by just a second again. Desires. I think we have everything at its lowest amount so far. Let's see, that's a long one. Oh man, I really can't tell anything else from this. He's not playing Sacrament Summit. That card sucks. Oh yeah, the ease. So he's playing probably 3, but at least 2 monks. I don't know the ratios that they normally play on this deck. I know that they usually play 1 Vashuda. Probably 2 Adhara, 3 Ashina for sure. It's very unfortunate that he got Dark Ruler to get a Dragon Link player. I mean, he's probably playing Yazi, and he's obviously playing Xiaofeng. Okay, so he's only playing 2 monk. That is 2 monk, right? And then he has Berserker. There's no way he's not playing. Here's what we have so far, guys. Although the ratios may be too many, it's just what we put in for now. Wrap it up there. So he does run that other 10. I need to read it if he's fucking playing it. Sync or summon another worm monster. Will discard it on the field. Draw 1 if your opponent's special message. Banish 1. Oh, it's that one. True. watching fucking Billy Brake speak at 2 times speed with no sound and just this generic Yu-Gi-Oh music in the background is actually hilarious. And then Jerome McGale just shaking his head. What is 13 minutes, guys. Dude, stop talking. How long are they taking to sign? How long are they allowed to sign? That was a wholesome handshake. And then with the disrespect, he's fucking got his hands up like he's not even worried. Yeah, I mean, every single time, like, if they don't do anything to the Starleaf Safer, you just know that they at least don't have Ash Blossom. Because if they did, then they have to use it there. It just gains you too much advantage if you don't use it right there. No, you can't count on them having the other cards. While I love watching Dragon Link play, I'd rather try to get the cards in the Sword Soul player's deck right now. In Zhuan's deck. How did that even happen? Why did it do that? Das Peter. Hey Lois, I want a Yu-Gi-Oh card. So Emergence, Moye, Fruit. 1-2. 1-2. Hit him with the 1-2. He hit him with the 1-2. Anti-spell on this side. Still seeing this motherfucking card. 20 years later. Anti-spell. Is he playing the Heavenly card? Heavenly Dragon Circle? He might. Interesting how he sets them in the same column. Is there a reason you do that now? He must have drawn that, or else he would have used it on Oshina. That's so confusing to me. Wouldn't you have wanted to do that earlier? Why would you hold that? Like, I get that he might not have wanted to use the Oshina, but why would he hold his Bestial? Wouldn't he want to get it on the board before anything and get the Oshina out of there to interrupt his potential lines of play? Makes sense, makes sense. This must feel so bad right before you go onto the World Tournament stage. You just get beaten by anti-spell. Because at this point, everybody's built their deck relatively competently. Like, you're not getting to Worlds if you don't have the capabilities of building a deck in the amount of time that you have to build a deck for a unique format that you haven't played a tournament in, but you've only had to theory craft because of the ban list being drastically different, and for the OCG players, for their time procedures to be drastically different. Wow, yeah, that looks like he set a monster there. That was really weird. Yeah, I mean, I guess we're not really going to get to see much else from his deck just through these games. And I think we're coming up on our time in just a little bit. Alright guys, so right before this starts, I'm going to be right back. If you keep everything going, and I'll be here as soon as we're starting. I'm back. actually just gonna keep it on this stream for hype.
Three, two, one.
Wow, they're late. That's hilarious. They're super late. The timer literally ended like 2 minutes ago. Leave it to Konami. Leave it to Konami to be late to their own event. Like, overall, I'm honestly really pleased with the presentation of this and everything. I know everybody already has their complaints with the nameplates, as I'm sure anybody who happens upon this stream is well aware of already. However, all things considered, this is great. I honestly couldn't have asked for it anymore. I was watching some of the old stuff with a buddy of mine, and it's crazy. It's honestly really crazy that even just not even 10 years ago, you know, they're sitting there, they're just talking, they never show the audience, they never do anything as a prequel except for Jerome McHale and whoever else, just like having a conversation. Which, don't get me wrong, that's cool. I love that they're there in their suits, all fancy, talking about Yu-Gi-Oh. It's like chess. It's like classy. It's just like upscale, and it's very sophisticated. However, this is actually hype. You know, they bring the music to the table. I feel like there's a lot more tension around everything. You know, back then it was tension around like, ooh, we're gonna bait out the bottomless trap hole, but now it's just like these big long lines of combos where maybe it's very comprehensible for anybody who's familiar with the game, but it's not just all hinging on this one very particular moment. It's these big long non-linear combos that do truly sometimes go to unexpected places, where even me as an experienced player, and I'm sure a couple of you as experienced players, might not even recognize exactly what one person is going for, because their deck might be built just a little bit different, their brain might be going in a different direction, they might know how to play, or might be attempting to play around something that you as the audience don't know that they're trying to play around, because obviously you have a better idea of all of the information on the table, the cards that are being set, the cards in the opponent's hand, where they don't have that. And I just feel like what modern Yu-Gi-Oh does to raise that tension is a whole lot vastly different than what was happening back in the day, even in what we would consider like modern eras of Yu-Gi-Oh, like 2015, 2016, so on and so forth. Konami, you gotta start the game, man. Don't leave us waiting like this. It's almost 2 o'clock, and we started at 12. What is going on? We played 3 games of Yu-Gi-Oh! In almost 2 hours, and they were Duel Links. Like, I'm a pretty patient person, but it's starting to get a little annoying. You know, I'm chilling, I'm having a good time, I'm hanging out, all those good things, but man. say also that announcement, it was for product, and I find that really funny that they announced that they're going to be selling as more product. I need to send it to a friend of mine because he was really
Hello
excited.
and welcome back, everyone.
Oh my
to
God, they're back, guys.
2023 Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships. We're getting ready for Master Duel category. This one I've been very excited about, not only because of the matchup North America versus Europe, but Marcello, because of some of the players that are on the teams, fan favorites, big pillars of the community.
Absolutely. Not only is it the first ever Master Duel World Championship, but it's the first ever 3v3 World Championship. We're all excited for it.
I was so excited. I forced my way onto this stage. I told people, you got to get me in there. I got to get in with Kangas and Marcello, and I want to make sure I'm here to catch this
That's
first
my friend.
ever Master Duel World Championship.
Yeah,
I
you're
remember
TCG
Black Swan from the other
Ocean.
day. That's what they
I
look like.
remember, we're going to meet the players soon, but there's some TCG OCG players that are competing for the World Championship here in Master Duel. And I'm a big Master Duel fan. I've been playing since the day it came out. I haven't stopped, and I'm so excited to see who's going to be the first World Champion.
Very fun format to have, and the deck building adds a deeper layer, similar to Duel Links that we just crowned the champions for. The deck building for this is incredible, and also a reminder, this will be the
Guys,
first
if you guys
ever
didn't check out the
Master
product
Duel
release,
World Champion that
this
we
is
crowned
something they're
Marcello.
coming
This
out
is
with.
a momentous occasion in Yu-Gi-Oh! History.
Absolutely. Epic nonetheless. And what Billy just mentioned is important because they have a lot
it
of
doesn't even let you
finalists
zoom
here
in.
with a TCG background. I believe we have across
There's no
10
zooming.
tournaments
But yeah,
winner,
guys,
and most of them are just
this is
across two
part of their
of
special
the
announcement.
players representing them, because we are obviously gonna see, you know, a team representing Europe in the European region and a team representing the North American one, but we have amazing players across them.
We'll meet the players soon up
Yes.
on stage, but Billy, just to remind everybody, yes, we are being honest, that is North America versus Europe in a World Championships. This would
You
be
can zoom in
huge
on
for
this
both of these regions to pick this up.
Oh yeah, certainly, and I don't think either side has an edge. They're both incredible, as you
There you
mentioned.
go.
I
You can
really
zoom
don't know
in
who's
now.
going to walk away with it. It could be North America, it could be
Like,
Europe.
what is
I've
this?
played a
I don't
variety
understand.
of players on both sides of these teams,
We
and
need
they're
to
all
translate this
incredible
page,
duelists,
guys.
and I really don't know who's going to has the edge here.
Is there a favorite, Marcello? Do
There's
you
the
think that one of these
page.
teams is favored over the other?
I do not think so. At the same time, we gotta say we haven't seen one of them on stream yet.
True.
So I'm in for it because we have seen the other team a lot of times already.
I know a lot of people have been talking about that, so
Yeah.
let's just talk about it. Team 7 made it through
Yeah.
all of day one, not having a feature match on stream. So we're going to be learning a lot about what strategies they are bringing today to this finals live here with the audience.
Yeah, but we have had a lot of highlights from yesterday as
Yeah.
this team had to go through 2 separate groups and they had to win at least 2 out of the 3 matches to advance to the semifinals,
Yep.
which were also played yesterday. So it was a long journey.
Yeah, and technically it came in as second seed, if you want to call it, from the group that they qualified through. So
Like, I'm really trying to figure out what these are, but Google Translate doesn't
So I
want
think with the
okay.
caliber player you have on these teams, hard to call either side an underdog. Almost you'd expect both these teams to be here. But yeah, for Team
Monster
7, not to have a
three-dimensional
first match,
product
probably 'cause you knew
start.
they were going to make it here to the finals. It is, I would say, they're one of the favorites to win it all. Looking at the breakdown of the tournament going into this match.
Was that your prediction even before you saw any of the duels or the results?
I think if I was looking at all the teams, the 2 teams that made it to the finals were the 2 I would have picked. Knowing that they were in 2 different pods, I think it was the tournament for them to
Three-dimensional
lose, and they
monster
didn't.
product.
They made it all
George
the way
Schwartz
here,
has
and I
started
can't wait
the
to see which
25th
one is gonna walk
anniversary.
away world
Super
champion.
elaborate monster
Unfortunately,
figures
it's
by
too late for you to
various
say that you
sculptors
would,
are
like,
scheduled
make a
to
public
appear
statement
one
beforehand.
after another from multiple
I'm just saying,
manufacturers.
I would've.
Here,
I knew
we
all
introduced the
along.
prototype
But
of
something more
Sherry
important to
Suki
mention
before
is that
coming an image of the
most,
3D
but at least
CG
a
model
bunch
being
of these
produced by the
duelists are
prototype of
also
IP.
previous World Championship appearances, not only for the TCG, as we will be able to go into. We have a former world champion among them for the Dragon Duel category. So we could see a 2-time world champion in different categories. That would be
This is the right choice for the 3D monster
All 3 of
product,
them are not
guys.
strangers to the World Championship stage. I can't wait to actually introduce
Wow.
the players and meet them.
Yeah.
But yeah, to count
Dude,
them down, not
Konami.
another team coming from EU has one of the
Konami,
greatest players
what
I've ever had
is-
the pleasure
what is
of
this?
playing, and I can't wait to see.
What
you're
is
gonna
that,
have
You do
some
have
fun.
some background with him, right?
I have a couple. We've played a few finals.
What
a couple
is-
YTSs in the past.
Yeah.
through.
so unbiased cast is what I'm hearing.
I'm just
That's-
happy
What
that
is
they're
that?
all here, and they're all incredible duelists.
Where do I get
I'm all
here?
about having
Oh my God, I have
excellent
to-
plays and seeing what the greatest minds of the game can bring to the World Championship.
Oh
And
my
when
gosh,
we talk
I'm
about,
way
we'll
to pull up the
highlight more
screen,
of the deck
guys.
building, the
Yes.
rules as well
Actually,
later,
I
but
do.
it's fun to tease that too because that was the most exciting thing about this event.
Yeah.
I know some people were like,
Konami,
maybe
what is
checking
going
the
on?
Discourse online, what the
Why
community
is there a
felt about,
camel
it's
toe?
shared cards, you can't have
Why?
three cards
Is
in one
that
deck and also
necessary?
another deck.
What are we
It
making
allowed
here,
for
guys?
Such a different format here in the World's Finals,
Absolutely.
and a lot of different decks being represented.
And it's similar, although different.
And
to what
the
we
other
have
stuff
seen
is
at the Duel
products.
Links. Their players obviously were on their own, but they had to bring 5 different decks. This time around,
This is
we
a
have 6 different
collaboration?
decks across. There are only 3 shared cards, which means that at
Oh,
least in terms
dude,
of
Raw,
archetypes, in terms
Obelisk,
of
and
decks,
Slifer?
those are 6 different decks. and
Dude,
that's
they're
amazing.
making
And
mugs.
know
I can
we
get
had
a
conversation
freaking
about this
obelisk
yesterday,
mug.
That,
That's
a lot
crazy.
of
I
people
remember
like
as a
to say,
kid,
"Oh,
I was
I'm
always
really
about
good at building
Slifer.
decks," but then
But
the performance-
obelisk, yeah, he's the
Now,
goat.
what's the best top cut you've had, right? But you have to do both to win this event. You have to be able to perform on stage and be
All right,
very
let's
creative in how
see.
you approach the building of the deck itself.
Yeah, I think the
HMV, limited duel set. They're limited, guys.
Something maybe these players, even though they've played in previous World
Start
Championships, had to prepare
February
for,
18th,
tackle in a completely
2023.
different way,
That's
and they were
not
still able
true.
to rise to the challenge.
That
and
is
here
not
and make it
true.
all the way to the finals.
So, Marcello, while we're waiting for the introductions of the players on stage to actually talk about the teams themselves, let's talk a little bit about the information we learned from yesterday. Some of the highlight decks, maybe even highlight moments to catch everybody up at home.
Yeah, I mean, surprisingly enough, as Billy mentioned, although they were both favorites walking into the event, Team Snipe Hunters, which is the team representing Europe, we also didn't catch them until the semifinals.
That was so close.
Yeah, and that was an exciting match. But here, first of all, let's bring up for you guys the rules for the finals.
Yeah, we're talking about it a little bit already, so let's just get right into it. Each round consists of 3 sets of 3 simultaneous
Okay, so it can't be
duels.
18.
You heard
Is
that
that
right. There will be
actually
3 duels happening on
February?
your screen, and we
What
have
are
the
they?
privilege of interpreting everything happening in those duels. This will happen 3 times. The first team overall to, in total, get to 5 wins will win.
Were
that
these
World
already
Championship.
announced and they're just
They
part of
can
the
communicate
page?
during rounds as well,
What is
Billy.
the
So we
announcement?
saw a little
Because
bit of
this
that
is the
yesterday with
page
the player
when.
cams. You can tell when they're communicating, when they're talking
Am I
about
just
the
on the
moments
wrong
they're up
page? No, that can't
But
be
there
true.
are also the deck building rules, which makes it so that these players, as mentioned, need to pick those free shared cards. And sometimes I can see them arguing whether, especially they all agree on which that should be, I guess.
Hold on, where's the
In
countdown
general,
page?
It's been Maxi, it's been Ash Blossom. We've
But
seen
the
that across
third.
pretty much every other team. But the third card, you're just going to say it. That's the one.
Yeah,
that,
this
you
was the
we see some
countdown
variants.
page.
So if
This is
you're
what it's
wondering
linking
what
to
we're
now.
talking about, you're given a max of 3 copies of cards across everyone's deck except for the shared cards. You can select 3 of those. So what were some of the options? We talked about this yesterday,
Hold
Marcello.
on.
But what were some of the
I need to mute this for a moment. Okay, I guess this was the announcement. Hold on, I'm going to this video game because this is actually pretty hype. They gave us no information. 940 views, pitiful. No one even watched it. That's crazy. That's not true. Yeah, that doesn't really give us any information, whatever this dome is. Yeah, we're fine. watch this again. There's only a minute long. So February 3rd. Does that other page just have a typo? Bro, please tell me it has a typo. That would be so funny. Wait, when I copied this page. Oh no, I just remembered it wrong. Interesting. Oh, Bill did it right. Oh no. Yeah, I'm cheesing everything, guys.
Ryan performed extremely well. He's a very strong duelist, and I think today he overperformed immensely.
Oh, you know, I honestly should have this open in Chrome for all my audio settings, but
Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023 Master Duel. First up, from the blue side, from Team Snipe Hunters, please welcome Josh, Emre, and Huntel Ving. And now from the red side, from Team 7, please welcome Ray, Jesse Cotton, and Carmano.
All right, we have them.
There
The
they
players
are.
are introduced. Marcello, Team 7 versus Snipe Hunters, NA versus EU.
We did go through a brief introduction, but these are some amazing, amazing players
Yeah.
with an insane background in the TCG especially.
And I want to start talking
Yes,
about
sir,
that.
guys.
Billy, you've competed against some of these players. You're friends with some of these players. Talk to me about some of the players you want to highlight, especially going into this World Final match.
I mean, looking at, you can't discount Jesse Cotton or Joshua Schmidt. I believe Jesse Cotton's played Worlds maybe 4 times now. This might be his 4th appearance here. Josh right there, maybe at 3 or 4 as well. Maybe 4, exactly the same. I've played Joshua Schmidt personally in the finals of 2 YCSs, one of the hardest competitors I've ever played against. And you also have Raymond Dye, who competed in our last World Championship 4 years ago. And then Ryan Yu, you mentioned it, a Dragon Duel World Champion. He's already been on this biggest stage and won. So the pressure, I've never seen, he's always really stoic, focused on his game. He doesn't let the nerves really get
Wow,
to
that's
him.
crazy. He has been Dragon Duelist champion and he's here. That's ridiculous.
So if Ryan wins, he gets the title now of the 2-title 2-time.
Which is just phenomenal.
Yeah, there you go.
That's unbelievable, honestly.
In 2 different games, that's very impressive.
To even think that that's possible.
That guy really go with the name Ray. That's
it's been building up
a little
to this.
suspicious.
This is the match I'm super excited for. The first ever Master Duel World Champions.
Yeah.
And it will be champions because of the team format here. Again, a very fun and exciting and refreshing way to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Played. I was so happy, Marcello, when we first saw the matches yesterday, the 3 duels at once, the energy is going to be electric, especially knowing that these players are also talking to each other during their matches.
Indeed, and what you just mentioned, yeah, it is true that you get nervous, but you're not alone there. Let's remember, you have 2 friends alongside you, so I think that plays a huge role. They can help you out, they can keep your composure, you know? And especially because unless you get swiped 3-0, at least one of them...
I'm very glad that I skipped the entire conversation about the difference between this format and the regular format, so that I don't know what's going on.
Jesse, 4-time YCS winner, won even more events.
And
Joshua, 3-time YCS winner, and they have a lot of titles on their end, a lot of experience, so I'm down.
But if I'm looking at anybody, based on the performances yesterday, reminder, we didn't see Team 7 on stream. It's our first time witnessing them. Emre showing up with the Labyrinth deck and getting 2 wins with it in the semifinals. Kind of carrying the team a little bit. Like, those were stressful moments where they were falling behind.
Absolutely, and something I want to mention is also that yesterday we seen completely different strategies when it came to switching decks.
Yes.
In the semifinals, the Japanese team never switched their decks, and in the end that's what probably costed them the game, while the European team kept switching them around strategically. I really want to see what Team 7 is going to do.
I want to get Billy's thoughts on this, because when we saw the performance of Snipe Hunters, they were trying to...
Do they have to choose their deck order first, or is it just the default deck order is the deck order?
Into what you would go for, because if you have a deck that you know you want to play as your primary, what kind of decks are you then thinking of for that second?
Or I'm sorry, or are you able to change based off of what you want to?
Resilient against like those combo kind of decks. You're gonna have one of your 2 decks. You want to make sure you're gonna have a lot of those monster effects or cards from your hand that you're gonna be able to activate to disrupt maybe those combo decks. Maybe your other strategy a little more control based, a little more focused on setting trap cards, being better at going first. But you definitely want to be able to counter both of those kind of strategies, because that's really the 2 main dynamics of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game and in Master Duel.
Well, you passed the test, because that's kind of what happened, right? Like, it was Labyrinth as the second deck, it was the Exosisters as the second deck. More of these anti, you know, if you're trying to beat Dragon Link, if you're trying to beat the tier decks, you're going to be playing that Exosister, right? So, like, it felt like they were always looking for the right matchup.
And that's what you should try to do, but remember, don't take it too far, because we have seen yesterday Quantum Fink playing a Sky Striker deck, and actually, you know, that wasn't that successful. So maybe when you take it a step too forward, trying to...
Rep Sky Striker, he's fucking digging into them right now.
It was fun.
Jesus, don't do that to them.
No, they did say that they were here to have
They've had a tough couple of years. It's so mean.
So if one of them, like Sky Striker, I can say, isn't working out for you, you can kind of just leave it behind and really focus on maybe your other deck. It's really dynamic, cool dynamic that it brings to the game, having those deck options.
Yeah, I'm actually blanking right now. Marcello, do you remember what the other deck was outside of the Sky Strikers?
It was Tier Element for
Quantum Fink.
So, you know, you can see it's arguably...
Not a bad one to pivot back to, I suppose.
I would say no. I mean, it did work out for him because he won when it switched back to Tier Element.
So let's catch everybody up then on what the popular decks are right now. Based on the information we got yesterday, based on what we're expecting today, there's a few decks that are kind of standing as the clear favorites in this tournament.
That gotta be Tier Elements on top, still with the Kir Kalos there, although it suffered some strong hits in the latest Forbidden Limited updates, it still is there, but as you mentioned it at the beginning of the day, Dragon Link is a deck that is in the finals for all 3 categories. That's impressive.
I mean, just good dragons. That's Yu-Gi-Oh! Since day one.
Good dragons. Amen, brother. Billy Brake knows what's up.
As we get more dragons, the ways you can play with it and the strategies that you can
That's why he has actually been a contender. Unlike, who are these other 2 guys? I might be talking out my ass. However, no one knows them, and we all know Billy Brake.
Let's keep them coming.
So, Dragon Link Tier Element Sprite. Sprite's another one that's been all over the place.
Absolutely. It's in there. We have seen players building it quite differently, though.
Yeah, we've seen the Melfi engine in the Sprite. We've seen the Frog engine still in the Sprite. Oftentimes to get into that Melfi engine.
Yeah, Ronin Totem being still around is huge for Sprite. Being able to still use that Swap Frog. Not having the totally awesome hurts, but being able to use Ronin Totem to still get plenty of Exceed summons and Link summons. Pretty awesome.
You basically get to that totally awesome through the
totally awesome.
A few extra steps. It's like kind of the same. Yeah,
I am a big fan of the Melfi.
No, I completely disagree. I think that Toad being legal is much more important than Ronin Toad being legal. I think that in the TCG it's shown that the ability to still make Toad is just better than Ronin Toad. Now, not having Elf as compared to the Master Duel, you know, that's really the trade-off. And maybe you get rid of some recursion, but just the ability for it to stop more decks and still get recursion anyway, because you're getting the Beaver back from the Toad. I think that's much more worth it than, you know, not getting negates at all. You know, they're negates. Negates are a negate that takes the card too. It's just, there's so many positives of Toad that I understand why Elf is insane, and Elf lets more decks use Elf as opposed to Elf being banned and Toad being around. But for the Sprite engine, I think that Toad being around is more important. I also really like Toad as a card. And that's probably a weird opinion considering it's just another Omni Negate, but just the ability for those 2 decks that are able to put in Swap Frog and do everything to desperately put in Swap Frog, you know, I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it, and I think it makes a lot of cool decks.
Factor in like the Exorcism deck, like going second doesn't feel nearly as good as when you're able to hit that hits.
Yeah, and that's
like the way that Elf being around just means that every deck that has a really good level 2 that they want can play Spriggan and Elf. I'll stay quiet now.
Number 1 for the first ever World Championship 2023 for Master Duel.
会場の皆様、一緒にカウントダウンをお願いします。3
Are matched up against each other. Snipe Hunters versus Team 7.
Your Office's Vineyards hoping to go first, I'd imagine.
Absolutely.
Or maybe just hoping to win.
And as always, on table A for the first game, we are going to see a battle of the leaders between Josh and Ray in this case.
A reminder that the winners qualified were able to pick their teams. Both of these teams were picked well, as they're, of course, the representatives in the finals. So Ray, going first, seems to be playing that Sprite package.
Nimble Beaver, a great start. Going to open up access to Sprite Sprint. Got to play multiple copies of Nimble Angler so you can summon one with that Nimble Beaver and still send a Nimble Angler to summon 2 more Nimble Beavers from the deck with Sprite Sprint. It looks like he's just going to go into Gigantic first, playing around stuff like Nibiru the Primal Being. Heads up.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like there is any response at all from Josh.
Yeah, if there's a Maxi, you're dropping that down. If there's an Ash, maybe you're using it here.
Absolutely. And here, I mean, we can expect 2 different decks. We have seen Josh multiple times already. And the 2 decks that he was using yesterday were Naturia, Runic, which was also the only Runic deck we have seen in action, and Dragon Link.
So we see why he went for that Gigantic Sprite instead of the Sprint first. He actually had that second copy of Angler in the hand, so he's able to get the Swap Frog and discard as a cost to be able to trigger that Nimble Angler to summon the 2 Beavers from the deck.
Ray showing a deep understanding of the combos, respecting his deck and knowing how to play it. We have a lot of 2 stars on the field right now. Assuming we're going to go into an Elf here, usually that is where the Sprite board wants to
Those arrows are pointing the right way. You're right there.
And now, most likely, we've been seeing if it's the Melfi package, it's not. It's actually Sprite Sprint, so we're not yet going into another Xyz. Instead, we are looking.
this is a very heads-up play as he has gone through the anglers. That's what you usually send with the sprint. Instead, thanks to the elf, he can send the blue and get it back.
Oh, that's, again, very creative from Ray.
Yeah.
Be able to go into Sprite Jet and add a Sprite Speller Trap card from the deck to the hand. Got a couple of options. He's going to go for Sprite Starter. Means he's trying to get access to a Sprite Red or a Sprite Carrot, be able to negate a monster or a spell and trap effect.
It is rough that Josh opened no interruptions in hand. You want an Maxi, you want an Ash, even an Infinite Impermanence would feel.
What are they playing down there? Is that Exo Sister, TR Lament, Dragon Link,
As you can see, Josh is
and another TR
to
Lament?
his teammates right now. Maybe as he doesn't have many responses, he can focus on their games and trying to help him out at the same time.
That's a good part to highlight. I mean, if you don't have interaction in your hand, might as well watch. Also, it gives you information of what your opponents are opening with, which dual decks they're choosing to play for that first duel.
And that Melfi of the Forest added that Melfi Caddy.
Yep.
Such an awesome card. You're able to special summon during the end phase, and then during your opponent's turn, it'll be able to return to the hand and add a beast, including Melfi Penny.
Yeah, so we know we have Melfi Caddy in his hand. What else do we know? We know that he searched. Okay, well then he used the starter that he searched. He already summoned the Jet that we knew of.
But seems like that's about it, and this is an impressive field with 3 face downs.
And he sets the Sprite Starter, right? So you have to be careful with the Melfi cards and the Sprite Starter, because if you want to go into the level 4 Synchro, you're going to need to do it before you use the
Sprite Starter just brought out.
Yeah, he actually
use it on the
activated it.
carrot. You could have another Sprite Starter.
There could be. Could be a Smashers, could be a Gamma Burst, could be a lot of things. Infinite Impermanence is a very popular one, called by the Grave. Josh does not know. That is the important part to highlight. Josh will have to play through a fearsome field and 3 unknown back rows. Dark Ruin or more, notoriously really good against Sprite.
Yeah.
But if you're having it in your deck here, might not be the case.
So what do you think, Billy, would be better if Josh was on the Naturia deck or on the Dragon deck? Okay, I guess now.
I'm going to say Naturia just for his sake. Hopefully it is the Runic deck.
It is, it is.
Has to target the Sprite Elf, has that targeting protection, just an extra bonus to Sprite Elf.
Yeah, so now he's gonna think about either going for that carrot. He cannot use Masquerena because we are in the draw phase.
Yeah. Important to note, these quick play spells can't dodge out on Masquerena. So what does Ray want to do here? Right, there's also those back row. I'm expecting one of them to be. I think the most likely ones would be things like Called by the Grave, Infinite Impermanence if they're running that one.
I think I saved the carrot here against Runic. I really like to use carrot against Runic Fountain more than the Runic quick play spells, because you really want to prevent them from refilling their hand by drawing those 3 cards.
Yeah, I mean, he goes for it. I was a. Oh wow!
And it's the
Caddy.
Why wouldn't you get rid of the Exceed?
Something like Sprite double cross set.
Well, I mean, I guess the sprint. So
I guess so. That is a good point.
Sprint or double cross.
Because you can just use the rat to get it back also.
Good point. Yeah. I'm imagining with help on the field, we could get that caddy back any moment here.
Wow, Table C already finished their first duel.
Yeah, and he's probably gonna chain it here on the caddy, as mentioned.
Jesse Cotton lost the first game.
The way Ray plays this deck is so satisfying to watch.
Or do they only get one?
You open up those types of cards, you're like, oh, I got a Fever and an Angler. Well, I mean, everything worked out. Like, this is still a full-powered Sprite and field.
But at the same time, Table C is over, and the win goes to Snipe Hunters. Emre with that Exo Sister deck taking the win.
Incredible. Yeah, that was lightning fast.
So since the monster was summoned, it's going to trigger the Melfi Caddy, so you'll be able to return that to hand and add a beast.
Generally, it will be that Penny, like you had mentioned. The 2-star tuner lets you synchro summon with something in your hand, the Melfi in hand. That will be a 4-star. And we do have Infinite Impermanence.
Yeah, the name of the game, stopping Runic Fountain from connecting, is really good against any Runic strategy.
That seems like it's a very...
Yeah, I mean, with 3 more cards in hand, if he didn't hard draw the Runic Fountain and he doesn't have something to use in response to the Runic Fountain, like he would need to already have the Fountain, already have another quick play spell at least, and he would need to have no response to that. I mean, can't Sprigand also pop? Or is it only the monsters that might bounce?
On the field now, it feels incredible. You have the negate. You're really messing with the graveyard setup of the Runic deck, and it's just so hard to get through because it's not just that. It will also be the sprint. It will also be the Ike Masquerena.
Yeah, it's only monster that returns the
Really
hint.
looking to just more ways to make sure Runic Fountain doesn't connect, or being able to stop something like Natural Mole Cricket, like I said, very huge.
Fountain's also a 2, so hard opening is also a tough call. And now you're talking about needing more than one.
Against a Dragon Link deck from Carmano.
Yeah, it looks like in pretty controlling position with that Kaleido Heart and Scream on the field.
We've also the Pierre Perle Rhino.
You're right.
What?
There we go. Look at that.
That's
Impermanence
broken.
called by the Grave. We're both set. And we're going to chain Naturia Blessing.
Oh, that's really big. Being able to get the Trey Monster out of the graveyard, the call by the grave won't resolve, and the Mole Crew will be on the field. This might prompt a response here.
Herald of the Arclight, you could just choose to negate now.
Exactly. I think you might have to.
Yeah, because you can still IP Unicorn the
I've been wrong before.
Runic Fountain away.
Let's see what
And
Ray's reading right now. You still do have
yeah, I guess the quick play spell kind of beats that, but then you don't have it for next turn, so you might be able to draw. What is it, only 2? Because you only used 1 so far? So you definitely do that.
Even if Josh is behind here, even if
Now he has called by the grave.
It's a good start for Snipe Hunters. They've already won the first round, or rather the first duel, and it seems like Table B is going to be a victory for them as well.
I love the animations in Master Duel. Called by the Graves is a good one.
Dude, honestly, true. The animations do make Master Duel a whole lot more entertaining and watchable.
Table 8 seems like Josh is struggling with 2 cards in hand, and his face sets 1. Wow.
Sets another.
This might be it for Josh next turn.
Yeah, this game not looking great.
Oh, that is not ideal. And we have the Smashers. What did I say? The back row for Sprite is a little predictable, and it was the usual suspects. Goodbye to that one back row, and it looks like goodbye to Josh in this first duel. They got 1 card in hand, 1 monster on field, and Ray has many options.
Raven Dye, YCS champion in his own right. No reason to believe he can't take down a high caliber player like Joshua Smith.
Yeah, good start.
Yeah, and this is honestly what a...
What's the monster on Table B's field? That Striker Dragon? Yeah, and it's his turn, so that could go anyway. I don't know any of the 4 cards in his hand. You have to imagine one's Beach Sector launch. You know.
Duel is over.
Yeah, Josh knows the writing's on the wall.
Yeah, and he just focuses on Quantum Fin game instead. Makes sense. Wanna prioritize making sure that the Table B at least locks that win.
Table B could be the big decider here. It looks like Table C and A are going to be 1-1 for the teams. It is first to 5 victories across all 3 potential games. Here's the attacks from Ray.
Damage
Step has the Sprite Gamma Burst. Ray, with these attacks, will take down Josh. There's nothing that Josh will have in hand that can stop this against the Sprite Carrot and a red. So Ray is victorious in his first duel, which means Table B will determine who is ahead after game 1.
1-1. So there we are. As mentioned, Quantum Fin, really good spot at the moment. But
okay, I understand the format now.
From Carmano.
Carmano went first. We're in turn 3, main phase 1.
Yeah.
So Carmano set up a field. It was cracked by Quantum Fin.
Yeah.
And now you got to play through all of this.
It's tough.
I was looking at it, and I'm pretty sure he just got it with that Maxi, and he decided to completely pass. So that's what happened, and now he's trying, to fight back from this threatening field from Quantum.
Bishop, Baldrake, fantastic card, and we have the Lubellion in the graveyard.
Gonna be able to tribute that Baldrake and summon back the Beast Lubellion. Let's see if he has a branded spell or trap he's gonna be able to activate from his deck. It looks like he is gonna place one to the spell and trap card zone.
And a Salic. Wow.
Soliak with Kaleido Heart, incredible combination. Or you could send the Hovness and fusion summon that way. You could send the Kaleido Heart, it comes back and sends that Aqua Monster from your deck to the graveyard. Looks like he's just gonna go with the Hovness to go directly into a fusion summon.
Let's see if there is another Bestial in the end to stop this Hovness.
Yep, and the Kaleido Heart effect triggers since an Aqua Monster was sent to the graveyard, it can return a card on the opponent's side of the field back into the deck.
Yeah. That doesn't seem to be the case, so this makes it very hard for Carmano to fight back with only 3,100 life points left.
I miss this card, Tillman's Kictalis. One of the best Yu-Gi-Oh cards ever, in my personal opinion.
Very powerful card. I remember pulling 3 of this in my first box opening.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's that. Tearlaments, Rhino, Heart for follow-up.
Okay, we
have
see the cow
from
space.
This is one of the powerful aspects of the Dragon Link deck is that you still have many plays. The playbook goes very deep.
I think he's shaking his head. He doesn't seem happy, and he passed back. That's it.
End phase. That should be game. Quantum Link only needs to do 3,100 as more than enough just on the field presently.
Advantage looks like it's going to Team Snipe Hunters.
Yeah. Even though their leader lost, they are still on the edge of just winning this sets of game 1.
And we are going to play safe still from Quantum Think. Isn't just accepting Carmano's pass as a signal that this game's over. Still wants to go into more cards.
Yeah, the Kikalos is going to send 5. The Scream is going to send 3. The Rhino's going to be able to send any Tearlaments card. This game is all but over.
Yeah, we're just going through the motions. All's done but the crying, as it looks like Snipe Hunters will be up 2-1 after game 1 here. Pivotal that Team 7 still picked up 1 win though. A reminder that it can end in two games worth of duels.
Yeah,
Snipe Hunters would need to sweep
They
the next
sweep the
one
next,
though, yeah.
next round, next game.
That's still a possibility. Quantum is just making sure because he knew that there was a Magnamut in the end from Carmano, but this is not enough to save him at this point.
Yeah, now the Rukalis is down. It's all but over. He just needs to move the battle phase. After he finishes resolving his chain links, the Kicks also summon on Ryan's turn. Now he's summoning on his turn to be able to add, using both effects. Or he's just going to go ahead and use his Effusion.
He just needs to attack. Like, what is going on? Just go to the next game.
We're just trying to insulate against any other cards that Carmano could have in hand. And there we go. Game 1. Advantage to Snipe Hunters and advantage to the European representatives.
Like, did I even make the Time Thief guy? If you're trying to insulate, like, make Time Thief Redoer. Unless he doesn't run Time Thief Redoer.
Yeah, the opponent switch, and this is where it also gets interesting. Let's catch Billy up because this is where the decks can change.
Little game of musical chairs.
Yeah, it's a 50-50 to know. Or either way, like what your opponent's going to be playing. So you still have to guess in a way of like, okay, we can't assume they'll play the last one.
Yeah.
And oftentimes, who wins this next round is the one that makes the correct read, Marcello, of actually knowing the deck to play.
Absolutely. I gotta say, it's also interesting the way they are paired up against. For example, we saw Jesse Cotton losing round 1 because he was up against Emre, and arguably that's his worst matchup because he's gonna be facing against either Exosister or Labyrinth, and he's the one with the tier deck, you know. So maybe that's what happened. But now I feel like he could just keep playing a tier element, and worst case scenario, if he's up against Quantum, that's a mirror match, and he is very experienced with it.
You know, I wonder if Jesse does switch to his other deck because I mean, he's really well known for playing tier elements. You know, during that format during the TCG, he dominated the game. Multiple YCS finals, wins, everything. So maybe they're going to have something lined up for him, knowing to switch into the tier elements. Maybe Jesse can catch him off guard, switching into his other strategy. But I think Jesse's favorite card, Fairy Tale Snow. Hard for me to believe on the World Championship stage, he's not going to believe in Fairy Tale Snow.
You know, that's a good point. The fun part, though, is the layers of mind games. Because if you thought about it, maybe the opponents on stage thought about it and thought, oh, Jesse's not going to play the tier elements again because he always plays tier elements. He's probably going to try something different now. And then you try and counter that. The layers just keep going, and at some point the decision has to be made. The players are on stage deciding right now, and this could be pivotal because, as we had said, there is a chance that it ends here if Europe's able to 3-0 in this game. Not expected, but if they can, they could be champions already.
Yeah, so close they can taste it. Knowing that they have that opportunity, they might try even harder just to really focus because this is the closest they've been all tournament to becoming the world champions. First ever Master Duel World Champions.
Absolutely, and as you mentioned now, still a chance, but the opponents changed, and what I want to see is some switches now, because sometimes it depends on what you're playing against, and this adds another layer to what we mentioned. So now I'm thinking that also the first time that we have seen Josh losing in game 1, usually it was always the players carrying. No, not ever, I guess. Ever is maybe too much.
Impressive career.
But yeah, we've seen him really helping out his team yesterday, and now he's on the opposite direction. So, I mean, he's obviously experienced, but let's see if he can keep his composure and, you know, keep helping out the team.
Yeah, same Big for Ryan also losing that game one. You know, losing game one, it's all about keeping your composure. A good way of putting it. You just have to stay focused and realize you can come back. There is a chance, even though you're down, you're not out.
Yeah, I gotta say, I am surprised that we're seeing Exosister played in the first duel so often.
Yeah.
It's been very prevalent. I thought it was going to be more of a secondary deck that comes out after the fact once you know who your opponents are going to be, but no, we're just seeing it thrown out immediately.
I mean, maybe, as you mentioned, we went through a lot of different duels yesterday, word spread, and there is a chance that he knows, as you mentioned, Jesse Cotton is known for being a tier limit master. So that's what he did. Emre got rewarded, and as you mentioned, might be the underdog on the team, but for now he has won his first game.
Quickly, too. He was one of the first ones finished.
That was very
I barely got to
fast,
see what even happened in that match. I was seeing some Exosister Xyz monsters pop up. I think I saw a Magnifica, maybe. It was pretty crazy.
So it's good to have Marcello on, because I swear, there's a third eye somewhere, and all are looking at a different screen. So all the information's processing. You could probably take us through everything that happened in that duel.
Absolutely, I can try. Not even
live
gonna
in front
lie.
of the audience.
I can. I did. I was watching that. I did.
No, catch us up during the next duel.
I mean, what happened though, which I did catch, was that he won the coin flip. So that was an important one in that matchup, I gotta say. Because the tier limit deck, obviously I'm favorite in general, but when it goes first, sometimes that Fairy Tail Snow, can help out, especially against the Exosister. But I mean, that's part of the game. That's what happens. And it's also part of how you're picking your deck, I guess.
I mean, Raymond Dye, I expected him going this thing. I thought he was going to be the one that was going to be bringing Exosisters as his main deck. That is the deck he won a YCS with this past year. So I know I think he also used it a lot.
Guys, how long do you think it's going to be until next game starts?
I saw a lot of people encountering on their way, because a lot of tier limit, a lot of Exosisters to counter it. Same kind of thing playing out here at the World Championship.
We still have a little bit of time before the players will be ready on stage, so I want to dive a little bit more into some of the players and the history of them, because Ray, like you said, a legend in his own right, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the first time I met him, it was at the last World Championship, and we got to talk a lot, and he's just a well-rounded player, and he's been consistent with it throughout these 4 years, even just winning that YCS this year, and then just being able to qualify for the World Championship Master Duel is extremely hard. Now, not taking away from the two people that he invited, but being the one that is doing the inviting, that has to mean something.
Absolutely, it does, and he is the leader of the team. But I think he picked some pretty decent players, right?
The former world champion, one of the best in the game of all time.
And I will say, I think that it speaks
We're
to
right back,
the
guys.
prestige of this being the first Master World Championships as well. Being willing to play here when presumably there could be other options for some of these duels of like, okay, which one am I going to try and grind to and get to? So
I think we got a plan. Next year, you do the grinding and then you invite us over.
Yeah, you do the hard work. We'll tag along.
I can do this.
We'll come from here up on the stage.
Come on.
We believe in you, Kane.
I have a really good Dogmatica deck. Nidir Servant, one of my favorite cards. So do you think it's good enough?
It could be by this. Well, who knows next year.
That's true.
You never
everybody
know.
from Konami's listening, just print some more Dogmatica support.
Exactly.
We're starving out here.
Sounds like a
They
plan.
do have a lot of support, but there could be more always.
There could be more.
I think you might be the only one that wants that to
Yeah,
continue.
you know what, now that I think about it. But we are getting ready to hop into the second game. Will Europe sweep here and end it now, or will North America strike back? Team 7 taking on Snipe Hunters now. The opponents have swapped up. The decks maybe have swapped up. Yet to know currently.
As we can see though, that are the matchups. So Josh is gonna be playing against Carmano, while Quanto is gonna be playing against Jesse. Let's see. We most likely will jump into table 2. So table B, let's see.
I love this intro for the World Championship.
Yes.
This is sweet.
I love to let the tension build, because these players are feeling that tension as well. You see their faces, you see the concentration and the focus that all of them have to exhibit. Team 7 communicating a little bit, probably saying who's
here
going
they are,
first,
and we see
just
a
a blind
Maxi
Maxi
in the draw phase. Wow.
Yeah, probably trying to play around something like Triple Tactic Talent. You want to use that before they'll be able to also have access to that, since Triple Tactic Talent's only main phase.
That's a good point.
Follows it up with that Rhino Heart's normal summon to Sin Hovness. This is where you could be weak to something like Infinite Impermanence, but nothing there to respond to it. And he's going to be able to go straight into tier limit, kick hollows.
So if Jesse stick with his deck, we might be in for a tier limit mirror match in this one.
And we do see in table C the classic Ash blocking a Maxi here. And it looks maybe We see Ecclesia the Virtuous, a Sword Soul
yeah.
coming out at table C.
Raymond Dice switching over to Sword Soul, yeah.
I really like the start from Quantal Think. So tier limits can kind of play into Max Siege.
I hate that it's a little echoey. This is weird.
And you'll be able to use that Soul to send Kictalos to your opponent's turn, and that gives you the opportunity to send 5 cards from your deck to the graveyard.
Yeah. And we see, yeah, it's gonna be a mirror match for this one. Let's see if Jesse is the tier limit master, as many of them called it.
We talked him up, and this is the opportunity to prove it.
Tier limit Scream is huge, so even if something happens to stop this Rhino-Heart like tier limit Soliak, which I can only imagine will be happening, you're still gonna be able to send those 3 cards, hopefully hit a tier limit monster, or maybe a Mudora or a Keldo, which will be really advantageous in this mirror match. I see a heartbeat.
Yeah, for now it will resolve. Obviously, this is a matchup that we have seen plenty of time, even in the TCG, as you mentioned, Jesse having great success with it. Multiple YCS finals during that format.
There was a whole format in TCG where this was the deck to play.
Oh, wow, and he goes for the Kelbeck in the mirror match.
I think you just have to do it sometimes, especially if you don't have any plays to really keep going. And I see a Nagito also milled.
Yeah, I was gonna say this Kickalos for Quantal Think could be pivotal, but getting an additional 5 cards sent
could be huge.
Also could be huge. Let's see what was sent from either player.
Yeah, when you're sending those 5 cards to the graveyard in the mirror match, you really want to hit that Keldo or Medora to be able to respond to that your opponent's chain links. Just shuffle back those tier limit monsters. But he's going to go into Kictalos, trigger Scream.
All right, well, Jesse Cotton showing that only one of them has the special rarity, Kickalos. So,
Yeah, that royal rare is beautiful. And he also has that royal rare Gito, the Ancient Sentinel.
Beautiful.
So he's going to send another 5 from both players' decks. I have to imagine he hit a Keldo or a Medora potentially on that first 3. Because usually I don't want to send the additional 5 unless I have a way to shuffle back my opponent's cards.
Or maybe it's possible that also Quantal eat any of those cards and then he just doesn't feel like he has enough to push here.
True.
A lot of unknown information, but the players are making their decisions. We have the Rhino-Heart and then the Scream coming in from Quantal Think.
So it looks like nothing's being shuffled back. The cards are resolving. The Scream's going to have Meta Noise. Rhino-Heart will come to the field. Yep, going to be able to discard that Meta Noise. That'll let him add back a Tier Limits monster from the graveyard. Scream's going to let him add a Tier Limits trap from the deck to the hand.
Yeah, and we didn't mention that Chainlink 6 was impressive on Duel Links, but this is a matchup where you can get to that Chainlink 12 even.
Yeah.
So
that's definitely true. Mirror match.
I don't think he added anything from the Scream. He might have sent all of his traps from the deck to graveyard from those 2
that was unlucky. And as you can see here, that is confirmed by the activation of the Saliak, which, by the way, is limited to
5 more cards. 5 more cards.
Mirror match, Yu-Gi-Oh!
Even with all the cards limited to 1, they're still going to end up hitting the graveyard.
No one's taking any damage. We expect this to be a long and grindy duel. We'll try and catch up on a little bit of what's happening on table A and table C while these combos go through.
Yeah,
see a Sword Soul board established with that Chi-Chao and Baron on table C.
Which is going to be up against the Labyrinth deck from Emre.
Ooh.
So that's a very good opening, though, from Raymond. On the other side, it seems like they both, I guess, Joshua Smith over to the Naturia Runic deck, but he had an opening with...
I really wish that they would have the hover over how many cards are where.
Runic can draw through...
Especially when it mills and you see like 2 of them.
We'll have to wait and see as table C's also have some interactions. Now catching back up on table B here. Look at that. We finally resolved the chain links.
And then it's just a Merely and a Hovness, 1 from each side. Both players going to fusion summon here. Quantal Think, when it's your opponent's turn, you're using your fusion summon, you're looking to go into Predaplan Drago Sepelia, Tier Limits Kaleido Heart. Looks like he does have the proper material, so he's going to be able to go into that Kaleido Heart. Still hasn't had to use any of his face down spell or trap cards quite yet.
I actually really like this format. This is crazy how it's, you know, the 5 wins out of the 3.
Off of Get Close, set 3 pass under the max.
Ooh, but we see RP Feather Duster from Raymond. Sorry to interrupt there. Wow.
Good news for Ray. Against the Labyrinth deck, that's one of the best cards you can get.
Jesse also fusion summoning for his own Tier Limits Kaleido Heart.
Yeah, this is considered by many one of the most technical matchups probably of all time in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Some people loved it, some people hated it when it was in the TCG. It is here in Master Duel. What are your thoughts, Billy?
I think it's in a very comfortable spot in Master Duel. I like that it's there.
It's a lot of fun. It's a lot to keep track of. You might have a small little headache afterwards, but it's really rewarding when you feel like...
By the way, we're going to be playing some Zero Element on Master Duel after this.
Even if Jesse Cotton, maybe the read is, oh yeah, he's going to play this deck. That's why you put him on the deck, is because you need to understand these matchups.
We see the Cloud of Hearts trade effects with one another, both targeting each other, sending them both back into the extra deck.
Very funny interaction.
I mean, this is a pure mirror match, right? We saw 2 Kaleido Hearts, 2 Rhino Hearts, and 2 Kick Hollows, both on either side. And there's an actual mirror that we shoot.
That's
literally, you're on the
Doesn't get more than this.
Now, Teal'c sharing that he added off that Stoliac. Usually you go for Hobnus or Sharon, and Sharon's going to be able to discard the special summon and send the top 3 cards from the deck to the graveyard.
Interesting, though. We see a Pot of Desires getting sent from the deck. Not a popular choice, I got to say, for this deck. So an interesting build here.
Yeah, I think he might in the TCG as well.
Yeah.
Oh, but Kelbeck in the hand.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would do that after everything you limited and stuff.
Special summon monster opponent's side of the field. Return to the extra deck. Really good at getting rid of Kick's Hollow so they can't use that effect to summon a tier element and send the top 5.
That's big.
Kelbeck is huge. It's one of the best things you can have in the mirror match.
And having it in hand means the Quantal thing not only had the Kickless set 3 pass, but also further insulation against the mirror match against Jesse Cotton.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. And the fact that he's either going to be able to mill or even sell the Reinhardt, oh my god.
About good cards in the mirror match. Triple Tactic Talent, one of the exclusively best cards in the mirror match. Guaranteed that they're going to be activating effects during the main phase. He's going to take his opponent's Kick Hollow.
Yeah, oh yeah, you like getting rid of my Kick Hollow, so I'll just take yours instead. How about that?
And then you can fuse it. Wow. I mean, after that, he's kind of spent, though. He can get the Rukalos and then get a negate with the Rukalos, and then... Yeah, that is crazy.
This is one of the best cards you can have in the mirror match.
He just said that about Triple Tactics, Talus.
Super polymerization. Huge for Quantal thing.
Jesse could be in trouble.
Table C is over, and Raymond is the winner. So
all right.
Ray is the winner.
In it.
Tying
they pick up
the
their
score.
second win, 2-2 now.
I see a Medora going to the graveyard. This is looking bad for Jesse actually now.
But this is great news because this means we are going to the 3rd set of games no matter what.
I mean, from the team leader's sheer grit and making sure he's at least winning his games, he's going to push it to another match.
Now table A looks like not a great board state.
So the cool part about
North American representative.
The cool part about Keldo and Medora and the mirror match.
He has like 12 cards in his hand.
In the graveyard to target their Keldo and Medora to force them to either use it or choose them to go back into the deck before you have to activate another effect. And that's what
Dude, it doesn't look like any of them are talking to each other.
Tough spot here for Jesse, but
like, shouldn't they be communicating? Aren't they allowed to communicate?
It's also interesting with the shared pool. Where is the Zeus? Do you think it could be in this deck? Because then, you know,
you do have 2 4s. You could just go into
Zeus does not work right now.
Yeah, a lot of times in the mirror match, you go into like a Dweller, so you can use the effect. So you can go into Zeus, and then when you Zeus everything to the graveyard, it won't trigger any of the effects on the field.
Because he definitely has Soul Piece, right?
And then still have a Abyss Dweller on the field, but with no cards in hand, maybe that Dweller into Zeus will be Jesse's one way of winning the game. And Snow being in the graveyard, that's Jesse's favorite card. That really is going to change a lot of things.
Yeah. We've seen the targets in the graveyard. You can just banish those now and have this in hand, too.
Maybe Jesse's not out of it quite just yet. His favorite card is Fairy Tale Snow, and he's showing us why right here, right now, in the World Championship.
Not once per turn, gonna change
not
the
once per chain.
Snow. Yeah.
Even.
Yeah. We're up to Chain Link 7. Between everything on the board, everything.
And then it resolves, and then you gotta choose all the things for it to resolve.
Cotton showing why he is so feared in this deck on this matchup.
At the same time, table A, a Trishula just hit the field for Josh in what looks like a dominant position.
This would be big for Jesse. If you can win this, it's now even 3-3 going into that final game. If you lose, Team 7 needs to sweep. They have to win.
Yeah, this game is huge. Jesse really needs to win this game because you can almost, I mean, table A, it is, that's a lot of cards in hand. I don't think Josh is going to lose this one.
It's looking unlikely the Team 7 will pick up the win, so that means Jesse Cotton's got to focus up here. We are overlaying into that Abyss Dweller.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that is the play.
So for now, gonna try and clear everything except for that Rule Kalos, it seems like. But
yeah, because you have to have a face up.
Two face downs.
Yeah, he hasn't used them. I imagine they have to be infinite impermanence he might be holding on to for quite some time if that is in his deck list.
I suppose. Maybe a second.
He knows that when you're going second, or when Tier Limit's trying to have the backlash, you want to save an infinite impermanence.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well do that. But then he attacks over the other guy, but then they still make Zeus.
Very well played here, can just chain the Dweller, and that will do nothing.
Puts the snow back in the graveyard to be resummoned
Yes.
again. I think this is what he was trying to go for, too, because he'd be able to have an access to another rank 4. He has that Baguska backup if he absolutely needs it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here Quanto.
Oh, okay, that preserves the Rhino. But, I mean, I don't really think that's relevant.
No, so I'm guessing there is no Zeus in this deck. That is the shared pool.
But maybe that was a little bit of mind games, because does Quantal know that?
Does Quantal think that?
Does Quantal think that? We do have the Dark Charmer coming out here. Link
Yeah, I mean,
slightly. As we'll take the Havness and now go into a Sprite Elf.
Yeah, Dark really good at giving you access to Sprite Elf as long as your opponent has a Dark when you don't have those level 2s on board.
Yeah.
If he doesn't have the other shuffler, he can get that right now.
Diviner and Tier Limits. It gives you access to Baron to floor. As you're able to send a level 4, you can put that Medora in the graveyard to use in the mirror match, and you always have a 4 and a 6 level 10 Synchro. It could be Chang Ying. It's either Chang Ying or Baron here. It might be Chang Ying.
We have confirmation table A.
Yeah, I don't think you play Chang Ying over Baron.
But Jesse Cotton is keeping Team 7 in this, keeping North America in this. Baron and Sprite Elf on the field.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good inboard into this.
The beauty of the Tier Limit mirror match. So many things going on. So many effects you track of, but in the end, this is the result that Jesse was looking for.
Yeah, and this was beautifully executioned
by both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This draw is an important one, I feel like.
Yeah,
it's all on this one top deck.
And what's that other set card? Because there is still a card that Quantal did not use throughout that entire turn.
Could be another super quality, maybe.
That's a terrifying thought.
And now we're gonna see the elf. He could. Okay, interesting. Goes for the dark.
All right.
I guess maybe he doesn't have any melees in there.
Oh, it's a Havness.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a good top deck for sure.
Now, these next 3 cards sent to the graveyard will be crucial for Quantal Think.
Why not negate the elf? I mean, I guess he gets to use Baron.
Doesn't look bad. That was a Rhino Heart.
Yeah, cannot use the Rhino Heart right now.
It knows it's fusion summoned, correct?
Yeah, Dark kind of cool in the mirror match. Also, it has that effect if it's destroyed, you can add a Dark monster with 1850 or less.
Yeah.
So you can get you some Tier Limit monsters. Not too bad having on the field to bring back with Sprite Elf.
Yeah, the only problem, is that it needs to be linked summoned. So right now he cannot use the effect to search if that goes away. Yeah.
Quantal Think we don't have confirmation if this is waiting to trigger something that was sent to the graveyard. No, it wasn't. We're just in the battle phase.
What is Jesse's set card?
Let's see. Hold down to that.
Havness beats. Let's go.
Worst case scenario, he could keep that dark just in terms of being there, being larger than his monsters.
But if Quantal Think is able to clear that, trade the 3,000 attackers.
So forgetting.
Any good spot could still go into a.
It's a close one. I mean, he might crash
of their own.
I think he might crash here. I mean, it's a difficult decision.
Yeah, I mean, really all you have is that root cause. You could go into it.
It does not forget a general special summoning method, such as Tribute Summon, Fusion Summon, Synchro Summon. For example, a Tribute Summon monster that is banished to Baron will still be protected by March of the Monarch when it returns to the field. It will forget previously applied effects. It will not forget particular cards were used for its summon.
So he's going to be able to send this Scream as a cost, have that recall.
That is huge.
Which particular, it will forget properties the card used for its summoned. That's so weird. Not forget whether it was special summoned. Will not forget whether it was special summoned that turn. Will forget that it was special summoned from wear it,
This is gonna
but it
prevent
will
you from
not
losing
forget
that
the
market,
case
But there is a Keldo in the graveyard here. From
if it was
Quantum.
banished temporarily.
Does he have 7 more he can banish for the snow? Or does he let it go back? He's already banished 14, right?
Yeah.
How
Not
many
21?
cards are even left in deck at this point? No, Chain will resolve.
Yep, he
He
has
does.
7 more. Snow, the gift that keeps on giving.
Wow. Already the 4th time he has activated that effect. Punishes
It's his favorite
28.
card.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like at this point you're just out of resources. I imagine for Jesse Cotton,
Yeah.
this should be the game-ending push then. If you're not able to close it out here, it's going to be rough. I guess the same could be said for Quantal thing, guys. This is not
Why do you put the Hatness down though?
field state.
Just one face down. That's all he has left in this duel. And now plays back to Jesse. We could even see that Baron's Witch, but I think he doesn't. Yeah, he hasn't negated anything with it.
No,
so
he has
it's-
not.
You just keep it. It's a great
Target
card.
destruction, yeah. Probably hit that back
It has to
row.
be Crime, right? Tyrlim's Crime? Oh, super.
It
well,
was
probably
Super Poly.
So he had it, but had nothing to really use the fusion
Yeah.
effect for it. Wow.
2 Super Polys set in that turn 1.
Is this Brienne?
Now
That's
Jesse Cotton
funny.
has essentially an open field to play through.
Sprite Spring can send merrily and get you started a fusion summon.
Oh,
That's
this
great.
is not looking good for Quantal Think.
This is looking like it will be all down to the game 3 with the.
Wow, I got so engrossed in this match, I didn't even realize that Table A won.
Required an extreme level of mastery in these decks. Jesse Cotton and what he has accomplished right here is nothing but impressive. Playing through everything Quantal Think had. Playing through the Super Poly. Playing through the kick close ping pong.
Absolutely. I mean, we did mention these are among the best players in the world, but even among the best, you know, some players are just up there,
Yeah.
and Jesse is just one of the best the game has ever seen. So.
And
One of
honestly,
the greatest I've ever
Yeah.
props to Quantal Think as well for
Oh.
even having Maxi in the first turn, still being able to make this competitive. This duel delivered everything you could have asked for in the mirror matchup.
I love me a
We do have a tied series. Oh.
Think processing right now. Like, how are the nerves? You just had to go against Jesse Cotton in the mirror matchup. Very tough getting Maxied right away. Still trying your best to play through it. You have to reset. You have to somehow refresh yourself for another duel.
Take a breath.
But now, out of just the elimination process, we do know the final matchup. So maybe we can speculate about how we think that's going to happen.
I'm down.
Because as we have seen now, it's down to Quantal Think. The decision is, does he want to play tier element for the 3rd time, or does he want to switch over? And he's going to be up against Raymond Dai to decide.
Who is undefeated. Ray's been going incredibly well so far. Had the Sword Soul in that last duel. What do we think about Sword Soul versus Tier Elements?
I don't think it's a good matchup for that one. I think I much rather stick with the Sprite.
Okay.
So that could be, I would definitely stick to the tier element if I was Quantum-Fink. But on the other end, I think we are going to have that Josh against Jesse matchup, right?
No, tell you it ain't so. It's coming down to Josh versus Jesse in the finals.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yes. That,
Honestly,
you could not write
yeah.
it better.
Oh, we did it, Konami.
Great-
we
great
scripted this. This is scripted, all
Great
scripted.
script. Yeah, absolutely.
If you know
All
anybody,
according
if
to
you know
plan.
anybody who is not watching live right now, shoot them a message, give them a call. You have to watch this next duel. This next game will determine everything in a momentous occasion. North America versus Europe in the World Finals.
Absolutely, but the last match is also a decided one, the one between Ryan Yu and obviously Emre.
Yep.
We could have that Labyrinth mirror match as well. That's an option. We haven't seen much of Labyrinth yet in this finals. I'm down for that. So
Can you imagine?
And Ryan Yu, notoriously known for being a really good Labyrinth player from the TCG.
Yep.
He did really well with the deck. He just picked it up the night before. He's assuming he's played with it a lot since then.
Yeah.
It's just really incredible. I mean, coming down to the last 2 wins, like it was first to 5, now it's the first to 2.
Yeah.
I mean, I predicted it was going the distance, if you recall.
yeah. And at the same time, at the moment, he is the one who is at least feeling like he's letting his team down with the Zo-Ochu start, while Raymond, the leader,
Doesn't
is
feel
really
good.
carrying him. So I would expect Ryan now to push, and get that win for the final round. He really needs it. Otherwise, I think he would be quite disappointed.
Hear me out.
Yeah.
So we just got the tier element mirror to be the decider of that last round.
Yeah.
The other 2 matches are going to split 1-1, the other 2 duels.
Yeah.
And then it's Labyrinth Mirror. And that's going to determine Worlds. Nobody else is playing Labyrinth. It wasn't on other players' radars, other teams' radars, but the 2 teams that made finals chose to play that deck. I feel like there'd be some poetry.
I'm down.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that we might get to see that one on stream. I think it's Stable C, which is Emre's stable, and I'm pretty sure we get to see Emre against Ryan. So
Yeah.
that would
interesting.
be a good one.
I mean,
too.
just speaking to it, if Ryan did lose the first 2 games as he did, I wouldn't count him to lose 3 in a row. So
Exactly.
this is
Yeah.
it's all in his favor. I
We
believe.
know he's a good duelist.
Bro.
Oh,
He's got it in
incredible.
him.
World
I-
champion.
I imagine that the audience will be voting for one particular duel, though. Maybe the Jesse versus Josh. We'll see if we're treated with that
Yeah,
one or what it will be
absolutely.
at the end. As it does often rotate around. So, but either way, I mean, we'll see it on the screen. I can't believe. I mean,
And
this is why we were so excited for this match, is because we get to see
Yeah.
these legendary duelists against each other.
And also, as a final reminder, there is a chance that the third game doesn't even matter, because if the first 2 are over,
Good point.
this is over.
Yeah,
The
this
third
one's
one is
actually a
not-
race
not
against
even
time,
continued.
too.
Like, they need to just win 2 out of the 3 to become world champions. So we gotta keep an eye on that. We gotta keep an eye on the speed as well,
If I'm them on stage, I'm saying, look, even if we do lose in the first 2, let us play out the third one. Come on, we made it to the world stage. Let's have some fun with it. But
Sure.
it does determine the winner already.
Yeah.
I
And
really hope it comes down to that last game.
I hope it
Starts one-
does, too.
Just kind of like this round.
Same,
It was 1-1,
same.
and it was a really
Yeah.
impactful game to even out the series, or just to be down to only need the other team to win 1 game. Like, Jesse had to win
Yeah.
that game to really give his team a
yeah,
chance.
NA is so happy that Jesse is the pilot for that tier limit matchup, that mirror match, because if they were down, that means that they would have to win 3 in a
Yep.
row. They have to take all of them and sweep, which is very hard to do. We haven't seen many
No.
teams do it. I don't think we've seen any team do it on stream.
No, at all. Not
Yeah.
at all. I mean, the level is up there. I mean,
Yeah,
it doesn't
yeah.
get much higher than this, so it makes sense that that's what just happened. But yeah, one more.
While the players are getting ready on the stage for what could be their biggest duel, definitely the biggest duel of the year, maybe biggest duel in their careers so
Yeah.
far, being the first
I would
ever
say so.
Master Duel World Champion. Let's take some time to go over some of the other matchups that we could expect to see. Starting with some duels that you want to highlight, some of the players, and
Yeah.
we'll talk about the 2 decks that they
I
have
mean,
as options
Let's
and how they
quickly
interact
talk
with
about
each other.
Jesse against Joshua. So
Okay, let's do it.
Joshua switched around his decks, and he has, as we have seen, the option to stick in and win it with the Naturia. Let's see if that's gonna be the case.
We're in to the series determining game. North America versus Europe to determine the first ever Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship for Master Duel.
There they are, and as confirmed, it is Josh against Jesse,
Yep.
Quantal against Ray, and Emre against Carmano. You can see they're smiling, probably thinking about which decks to pick. One last time, one last decision.
It all comes down to this, a long year of competition.
And see, look at Ryan crossing his fingers for that coin flip, I think.
He did that before game 1 too, and it didn't work out so well. I wouldn't do it if it didn't work out the first time.
Either the coin flip or maybe that, hey, I read the right deck to choose into what they are picking. We'll have
True, it could be even either one.
Let's take a look at these coin flips. Could be a good one. And as expected, we are seeing Emre. Oh, and Maxi on Martha.
Exo Sisters being played by Emre.
Did not go for the Labyrinth deck.
Yeah.
Table B, I see a Primeval Planet Pelorana getting stopped by Ash Blossom and Joyous Springs as well.
So Josh, actually, I think completely whiffed. Josh activated just his branded spell and passed. Wow.
Oh, Table A not going well for Snipe Hunters. We'll keep our eyes on it.
A complete brick, maybe some Bestials, and that's about it, I guess.
We'll have to wait and see. Not ideal.
Gonna add Vadis off of the packs. So the thing about Exo Sisters, even if you get max seed, leaving up your monster states on the field, not too bad.
Yeah.
If a card leaves the graveyard, moves them somewhere else, you're going to be able to use them as the one-card materials to exceed some of those Exo Sister monsters as a quick effect.
And some of their back row is able to set that up for them as well.
Very
so let's see what Karmano wants to do here on the follow-up and what Karmano is playing in this matchup.
Oof. But I see that normal summon Mudora as well, which is going to be huge. But now, back to it.
Sophia lets him draw a card there.
Yeah. So the question is Karmano on Labyrinth or is he on Dragon Link? And we see the Maxi. And if that's Labyrinth, that's not going to be helpful at all.
Let's see what Karmano decided to go for.
So he just went for the straight up read that's Dragon Link. Because otherwise it makes no sense to use this Maxi here.
We do see the tier elements at the other tables. Jesse's already into an early Time Thief Rewinder.
That's a bold move to just activate the Maxi. You play around the talent, but if you're up against Labyrinth, you really want to keep that. So,
yeah, to chain to like a Welcome Labyrinth or a big Welcome Labyrinth.
That's a huge risk here.
And we have a called by answer.
So it is Dragon Link indeed for Ryan. No Labyrinth at all in this finals.
Now we're going to resolve the chain here. Exo Sister deck starting to come online still. Ray has these cards.
I love how it points at the graveyard specifically.
It does. It's great. It's just a big old finger. That one. Get it out of here.
But now he can use these Exo Sisters.
I believe so.
That's the amazing feature.
Because the opponent moved a card from the graveyard.
I think that's why Karmano was taking so long to decide, is this called by worth it? Which tells me this is Dragon Link.
And here comes Martha. It's going to exceed someone maybe from Mikalis or Ophil.
Another, this is tough.
He could lock out the graveyard also with Capstone.
All the Exo Sister fans are ecstatic right now.
I mean, yeah, being able to trigger all three Exo Sister monsters, having 3 different namespaces on the field to access all the different Exo Sister extra deck monsters. I remember talking to you about Magnifica being an Exo Sisters.
Yep.
Because there's 2 of them on there.
Look at them. Even in the artwork, even in the lore.
It's so cool. And the effect, it can attack twice. I love it how it all comes together. These paranormal investigators going to the extra deck.
Michaelis coming out to start things off. Let's see what the other 2 decisions are. How do we feel about Dragon Link's ability to get through a field like this?
It's tough. He's going to need some sort of card to deal with the board. The Mikalis has that quick effect to banish. The Capsule can lock out the graveyard. But if there's a deck that can do it, Dragon Link might be able to have enough ways to push through it.
Maybe this would come down to Table B then. Because Table A, it still looks like Jesse Cotton's in a dominant position based on the setup from Josh. Table B, Sprite versus Tearlament.
But we're seeing an amazing opening by Quantum Think. So it's looking like, I think, Team Blue has the advantage for now. But
watch, Sophie's going to come right here from Karmano. Let's see it.
He's still not going to be able to use that graveyard since Sophie's summoned.
So honestly, that cold buy was not an easy decision.
Yeah. Ooh, Gibrine, okay.
No card effects in the graveyard. Tough.
Yep. It is going to be difficult for Karmano to try and climb out of this one. Dark Ruler, no more!
That's what I'm talking about!
That changes everything.
I think the timing of him thinking on the call by really wanting to use it might have been a bait, making him think that he was having a tough decision, but he really wanted to force out all those effects just so he could Dark Ruler no more. Either way, it wouldn't matter too much, but definitely exciting here for Ryan Yu if he has any follow-up.
Yeah, at the same time, no card effects in Graveyard. That effect already resolved.
Yep.
So still something to keep in mind. And we see a Rocket Tracer to start things off.
Now there is still a lot of back row that I can play with. It does not end here for Carmano. Ryan has a lot more to play to and more decisions to make.
And at the same time, on table A, when you drew a lot of Bestials, although you break, those are amazing against Tierleman, and it seems like Josh is still in a good position now.
Yeah, facing down just the Time Thief Redoer and the Tierleman Scream. Not too much in opposition there. But we see Chaos Space being activated here from Ryan. He's going to chain that quick effect of Rocket Tracer to destroy the Chaos Space. He's going to be locked into Dark Monsters from the extra deck, but he's going to be able to special summon a level 4 Rocket from the deck like Rocket Recharger.
And still get the effect of Chaos Space. One of the powerful parts of this Dragon Link, and it's Chaos Dragon Levianeer that's picked up.
Great at breaking boards.
Makes sense, makes sense. I mean, everything is committed for Emre to the field, so if you get that Levianeer to just destroy 2 cars, that's great.
We're going to use the Returnia now.
So he got the Vadis because he already had the Returnia.
Yeah, that was unknown, and that's a great one.
So this is going to let him go into Magnifica.
Yeah, that's tough.
And I believe, that's normal summon.
Going to banish the Tracer out. They're going to get rid of the Tuner.
We haven't used Tracer's. Oh no, we have used Tracer's effect. So, wondering what other options now.
This is quite tough because now obviously the Magnifica is not affected by the Dark Ruler no more.
Yep.
Has that quick effect to banish as well, as long with being able to tag it or put another Exceed Monster on top of it when your opponent activates a card or effect. So he's going to try and get the dragons off the field before they can go into something like Striker Dragon.
Yep.
This is not looking
2
good.
cards in hand.
Yeah, he still has to deal with the Vadis as well.
The last
Ryan
card
has a Bestial Magnamut. Wow, what a opening hand from Ryan.
But now we see the Vadis, and the thing is, those Exorcister will be able to use their effects. Obviously, those who have not yet.
Very true, very true. The layers to the interactions you can have to where you don't have to commit all your monster effects and have these 2 trap cards that let you play through something like Dark Ruler no more. Fantastic.
I think Ryan realizing it, crossing your fingers sometimes just curses you, didn't I?
I don't cross my fingers. I cross my toes.
Oh, that's a secret.
It's all about the
cross your toes.
Don't reveal the information. Stella comes out. Ellis comes out.
And as you can see here, Stella, the only Exorcister case, we have seen 3 already activating that effect this turn.
But this one can use its effect, and we got another Michaelis on the field.
And Michaelis will be able to use that effect to banish now.
Yeah.
We're just battle phase, trying to hit in.
I think Ryan is in tough spot.
Yeah, I don't imagine this duel lasting much longer.
It's over.
I
think Ryan's letting his teammates know I lost.
Unfortunately, just told his teammates about this. If there is nothing in the Graveyard, this is about it.
And I'm seeing right now, table A, Super Polymerization coming down. Oh, that's really good for Josh. Oh no, it's
I wish that they would rotate between the screens.
Yeah, it's just he's using it, but here, as you mentioned, it seems like Carmano will go with that 0-3 performance in the finals. Unfortunately, heartbreaking for him.
That is heartbreaking. Hoping that the rest of the team's able to get
0-3. Wow.
Snipe Hunters.
That is very unfortunate. I'm sorry, man.
Necessary to be champions.
I mean, this might be one of the strongest starts I've ever seen from Exorcisters, even into a Max C.
Absolutely. I've never seen that many XYZ summoned,
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that. And having both traps is tough.
Yeah. Through the
Martha's still in hand. We're still going deeper into this one. We got enough damage on the field. Do we just hit in now? Battle phase. Emre looking to end it. Looking to put his team 1 duel away from being the first ever Master Duel World Champions.
And that's it. Once again, Emre winning.
Emre, an incredible performance. Team win or lose, and an individual performance for the ages. Now, we see Quantum Think versus Ray.
Ray has to win this game for his team, otherwise it will be all over.
Seems like a very tough spot. Probably we have seen a Gamma Burst earlier on, I'm guessing.
We're in turn 2, main phase 2.
Meta noise.
Oh, this is a big one.
That can put Gigantic Pride face down, no response.
This could be over already.
Innocence, Hovness.
You mentioned if a team wins 2 duels, that third doesn't even matter.
And that third, the hyped up match we talked about, Jesse against Joshua, might not even matter for the World Championship title.
And that one looks close too. That's not decided either. Quantal think in a very powerful field state right now.
You can see Raimon shaking his head. I think he knows.
No. Ray's not feeling it. Table C already went to Snipe Hunters. They just need one more victory.
And this might be it.
And this is still on Ray's turn in main phase 2. So Quantal think will have an entire other turn to go deeper into the engine.
Here comes Drago
Get out more cards. Drago Stapelia on the field.
And that's it. He just passed back to Quantal, who is just moments away from possibly becoming a world champion and carrying his teammates alongside him.
6,600 life points is all that stands between Quantal think and a world championship title. One set monster as well, if we want to get into the technical.
Tearlament's Grief working like a foolish barrel here, being able to special summon a Tearlament monster. Then you have to send a monster inside the field to the graveyard.
This totally seems like it's over. You can use Perle Rhino, destroy that Gigantic, and just attack for a game. That's pretty much it. Wow.
Not imagining anything in Ray's hands that could be the difference maker here. Quantal think.
Void misclicks at all costs.
Yeah. This is a high pressure moment. Lost the mirror match in Tearlaments, but a couple of attacks directly will win the duel, will win championships, and there you have it. Quantal think has done it for the team. Snipe Hunters, the European representatives, are your first ever Master Duel World Champions.
Amazing.
Wow.
Both teams deserved it, but this team walking away with it, representing the EU, Joshua Schmidt, Emery, and Quantal think.
Wow. What a performance.
What an ending. And as mentioned, in the end, that one match did not even matter between Joshua and Jesse, but what a performance by everyone involved in this finals. Great matches. 9 unbelievable games. Wow.
Everyone carrying their weight from Snipe Hunters. Joshua Schmidt, Jack Rory, Steam Gamer, and Emre Zelates. An incredible performance for the ages. And there they are.
One of the greatest players to ever do it.
You see the emotion on his face. You can imagine how much this feels.
And as mentioned, first ever Master Duel World Championship and first ever 3v3. We are 3 new world champions.
The first ever team world champions, the first ever Master World champions. Let's hear from them.
I have no words. Thank you so much for rooting. I appreciate every single one of you.
Yeah, this guy fucks.
We have no words. Right now, I never thought we would get this far, but here we are, and yeah, it's amazing. Thank you so much.
応援ありがとうございます。ここまでいけるとは思っていませんでしたが、ここまでいけて非常に嬉しく思っております。
Round of applause for the champions. A long weekend of Yu-Gi-Oh! And they get to go home saying, we are the best in the world at Master Duel.
Absolutely.
Wow, that was a fucking dunk at Master Duel.
For this specific world champion, so much new things on the line. The first time ever we got to enjoy that amazing graphics, 3 matches at the same time on the screen. It was a treat, but I think it's deserving. They were the only team that in the first 2 rounds won both of their matches yesterday, guaranteeing that top cut spot without even needing to play the 3rd round. And now they are world champions.
They've made it. They've qualified in. It was a fantastic weekend. Billy, thank you for being on the desk with us here. Your final thoughts on Master Duel.
I'm just so happy I could join you guys to watch this awesome epic final. I stood on that stage 6 years ago with Josh as someone else was being crowned the world championship. I looked to him, I said, I know it's not us, but at least we're here. But today, Joshua Schmidt can say it is him. He is one of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel World Championships. Couldn't happen to someone I consider the greatest player of all time, almost, for the TCG.
So for one final time, congratulations to the Snipe Hunters. Congratulations to Josh. Congratulations to Europe, as you will be very proud of your champions. With that said, we're going to send it to a short break before we are back with the TCG and the OCG that will be coming up next, and we will crown champions there right after this.
What are we getting? Are we getting more music? Yeah. Get more jams, guys. They've been killing it with jams, honestly. This rapping kind of sucks. You know, the sky kind of looks really weird in this. Yeah, I mean, we're in the highest quality. It really feels like you're going through like some futuristic pyramids. Why does it keep getting like loud and soft and loud and soft? Alright guys, I'm going to be back in a moment. They might be gone for a while, so we'll see what happens.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023. We've finally reached the final stage of our presentation, and we hope you've enjoyed the ride. I certainly have. I'm Jerome McHale. I'll be your host today. And with me, as he has been all weekend, is Billy Brake. Billy, you've been pulling triple duty today on Master Duel and Duel Links as well. How's that been?
Oh, it's been an honor to be able to watch the crown the world champion for Duel Links and Master Duel. Being able to watch both was incredible. I was really excited about the Master Duel Worlds. You know, I had horse in both sides of the races there on either team, and to watch Joshua Schmidt's teams walk away with the championship was phenomenal. And now I'm excited to see who's going to win here at the TCG. Maybe the first ever one from USA.
We will find out shortly, but we're also joined by Marcello, who's also pulling triple duty today.
Absolutely, and thank you. It was a pleasure to do commentary with Billy on the digital side, but I'll return the favor, and I'm really happy to be here with you, Jerome, as well. And yeah, excited for the TCG. I did manage to get back on some of your content from yesterday. I wanted to see how that went, and even this morning, the semifinal was an exciting one, and I'm down for this.
Yeah, there's been some really incredible matches so far this weekend. If you haven't caught every single one of them, I really recommend going back after our presentation day is over, going back to the start, watching everything from the beginning, picking up everything you missed, because there's just some absolutely fantastic duels, fantastic plays. It's really been a showcase of the best that dueling has to offer here in 2023. Now, we have crowned our champions in Duel Links and Master Duel already. And you know what that means. It's time to find out who the TCG Championship champion is going to be.
Yeah, I really can't wait to see. I could be either one of them. We're going to get to the players very soon. I don't want to spoil their introductions, but Marcello, you've played at the World Championship stage before.
Yes.
What is it like here? You not only played at, you've made the top cut. You've been on day 2. You made it all the way to top 4, I believe.
Yes.
What is it like? What's the pressure when you know that this is like something all the players, all the duelists have been looking forward to their entire dueling careers?
It's unbelievable. Honestly, it's not close to anything else in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's still my best experience, although, as you mentioned it, in the end, I fell quite short in top 4, but I mean, you have an incredible crowd live here watching every single play, and the stage that is set up is something just out of this world. So the pressure can get you there. We have seen in the last round in Master Duel a team finals. There, if you get nervous, you can ask your teammates maybe to help you out. Now, just like Duel Links, you're on your own.
Indeed, and really the presentation today has been fantastic. The musical introduction was so good.
So good.
It was really fantastic. It reminds me of your work back in 2017, where we had that performance of Passionate Duelist as well to start things off. And it's really fantastic to see the crowd getting so into it this year. And it's hard not to with all the duels that we've seen today. There's been a lot of action all the way from the beginning. Duel Links, for example, we had the first on-stream sweep of the entire tournament. Is that right?
Yeah, that was crazy. As you mentioned, we have had a lot of back and forth yesterday, but maybe we jinxed it because in the introduction we didn't mention. Maybe we're going to see it, and Takagi just showing up that dominance 3-0. Absolutely.
Yeah, that was crazy.
We didn't get to have a back and forth one in Master Duel down to the wire, down to that third set of games. So
Master Duel was really a fantastic match overall. I thought that Jesse was cooked in the middle of that duel. I missed that Snow had gone to the graveyard. His favorite card. He was able to use it so many times, it took out our connection in the back, and I had to come out front to finish watching.
Yeah, like I know the other day I was mentioning how I wanted to play Snow in the Master Duel 2 Element deck, but I didn't have the UR to craft it, and that just definitely confirmed that I want to be playing that card. That card is doing so much work in the deck.
Unfortunately, they fell in the finals there, but it went all the way, as you mentioned, to game 8. We didn't have to decide all the way down to the very wire. It was incredible, and I hope this match we have for the TCG is going to be just as clutch and incredible as that one.
That one was tied at 3-3. So, we are
we've been waiting for it for 4 hours now since the thing started.
World champion is going to be.
Dude, Jerome Powell.
So excited. We've seen both of these players.
Stop. Jerome McHale, stop breathing into the mic like that.
We've seen the matchup multiple times throughout the weekend, so we have an idea of what it's going to be like. But I've been back there for years. I've heard the strategizing. There's two completely different approaches to this entire match between the two duelists that we could talk about a little later once we get into it. And I think we are just about ready to go. Seconds away from bringing our players out onto the stage to face their destiny.
My name's Paulie Aronson. I'm from the United States. It's great. I've had a ton of fun. I've made a ton of new friends. It's been a great weekend so far. I practiced a ton, as much as I could. I always try to practice as much as I can for whatever the format is. I always, like I said, try to put in as much time as I can. You know, I'm dedicated. When I want to try to do well, I'm dedicated. I would be extremely excited. Unexpected. And excited.
My name is Mateo Renteria and I'm from Perú. Siento que estoy viviendo un sueño hecho realidad. La verdad es algo que estaba buscando desde hace mucho tiempo. Y estoy muy feliz de haber llegado hasta aquí y lo voy a dar todo para poder conseguir ese tan ansiado premio. Nada, yo espero y voy a dar lo mejor.
They definitely need to, as the tournament's going on, try to take more shots of these guys just to have as reels when they start doing these player introductions for the finals. Like, you know, that wasn't really a whole lot.
First up from the blue side, from USA, please welcome Paulie Aronson.
Got it. Oh, man.
And now, on the red side from Peru, please welcome Juan Mateo Augusto Renteria Pastor. World Championship 2023, the final showdown. 決勝戦はこちらの両者の戦いとなります。
He did not want to shake his hand.
It is so close. It's so close. You can just taste it. You can see the hardware sitting there on the table, walking by it, thinking, I want to be the one holding that at the end. But before we can crown a winner, first,
Miguel's getting so old, dude.
what the ground rules are here for the TCG World Championship Finals. Let's take a look. This tournament adheres to the rules as of April 1st, 2020, as usual for the rest of the tournament. The finals will be one match, best 2 duels out of 3. These duelists are playing with main decks that contain anywhere from 40 to 60 cards. They also have an extra deck that contains up to 15 cards and a side deck that has up to 15 cards. This is optional for each of them, but they are both using them. Cards that are forbidden cannot be used in any deck. Limited and semi-limited card limits across all the decks are as follows. Limited cards, you can play 1 copy of the card. Semi-limited cards, you can play 2 copies of the cards. All other cards, you can play a maximum copy of 3 copies of them. The card pool for this event is all cards released after June 24th, 2023 outside of Japan are not allowed in the tournament. So the latest booster sets would be Wild Survivors, as well as Battles of Legend, Monsters Revenge, although there are a couple of stragglers from Monsters Revenge, like Assault Synchron, that are not allowed here, which, you know, I think Paulie might want to play Assault Synchron if he was allowed to do so. So our players are sitting down. This has been a very interesting tournament in terms of stats. Paulie's course to the finals here was a little bit unexpected.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about how that happened?
No, absolutely. I mean, this time around, it was the first time ever for the TCG World Championship that there were 7 rounds of Swiss compared to the usual 5. And that meant that Paulie actually managed to sneak in with a 4-3 record. And he could now become world champion, just 1 match away. That's a surprising ending.
And the actual circumstances behind sneaking in with that 4-3 were really incredible. Billy, you can't get enough of that. Can you tell that story as well?
Yeah, so Tier Limits has been a strategy. We just saw in Master Duel, still one of the best decks in that game, but it's been around in the TCG for even longer, and in the OCG for even longer. Definitely one of the favorite decks. We had 2 tournament players that actually drew in the last round, that 7th round, where it opened up the door for an extra player with the 4-3 record to make it into that top 8. And not only did Paulie make it from top 8 on, the whole bottom half of that top 8 bracket, 5, 6, 7, 8, the players came in those last 4 spots, upset the 1, 2, 3, and 4 seeds in the initial top 8 playoff, which is something unheard of almost, but definitely can happen in a game like Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, I've never heard of it happening before. Like, even in major sports leagues, you don't see the lower seeds beat the higher seeds. Like, maybe on one side of the bracket, you'll have a 5 and a 7, and the other, you'll have a 6 and an 8. But this is one bracket of all the players, and just 5, 6, 7, 8 took out the top 4 seeds. It was incredible. I couldn't believe it the first time. So I was like, sorry, that's really how it worked out? Yeah, yes it was.
Apparently it did, and it's important to mention also that compared to what they did throughout this event, for this final match, there will not be a time limit. So they have as much time as it takes.
Wow, they don't have a time limit?
At a reasonable pace. But I think that can pay some consideration, you know. We have seen previous World Championship finals end on a timeout, and I think this will give out for a great, great duel. But obviously now I think we can get slightly into
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think that there not being a time limit makes a whole lot of sense for finals of worlds.
So I've been hanging out in the back while everybody else was up here on stage for Master Duel and Duel Links, and I got a chance to see kind of the mindset that the players were getting into and their preparations for this final match.
Should be starting any moment.
Paulie was, consulting with all his friends back home. He was just strategizing the entire time. For hours, he's been like, oh, what if this happens? What if that happens? Going through all of these scenarios.
I was so excited. I even wanted to know who goes first.
And things being prepared for, I feel like I give Paulie the edge. However, the downside of that is if you prepared for all of these scenarios, you might start seeing them in places where they don't apply. You could get in your own head and make a mistake at a crucial time. Whereas Juan, on the other hand, he's been having a great time back there. He's chilling out with the other duelists, laughing, trying to relax, have a good time. I mean, it's not like he's not thinking about the match or anything, but he's not just constantly in the tank going through everything all at once. So maybe being a little loose could help.
Yeah, and for me, it's not, I can't.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I would definitely want to be like chilling, hanging out with my boys, having a good time. You know, just being like, yeah, guys, it is what it is. We're going to go in there. We're going to do the best that we're going to do. We're going to play the best that we can play with the cards that we draw. I would definitely want that a lot more than just sitting there lamenting on anything that can happen, thinking about if I misplay, if I just draw the nuts, if I just draw an unplayable hand. You know, I definitely want my bros by my side.
Seconds away from getting started. It's time to duel one more time for the World Championship.
Let's go. I'm so happy.
Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023, the final.
Guys on Amazon is shooting counter. Oh no, guys.
2, 1, duel.
These subtitles, man, they're so fun.
Can't believe we are here finally at the finals for the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG.
All right, let's see. Droll in the main. He has a Veiler.
USA against Peru, Latin America against North America. We've never had a winner from the USA. It's been a while since we've had one from Latin America as well, so both these players really want to represent.
Wyvern Buster.
I just can't wait to see how it's going to work out. It does look like Paul.
Oh, guys, can you see what the other cards are?
And you've come close a lot of time.
Lubellion. He has a Lubellion. That's really good.
But as you mentioned, not quite, but great start here from Paulie with his Dragon Link deck. So,
starting with the Bystial Lubellion.
Yep, that's going to let him add any Bestial from the deck to the hand. Of course, he's going to go with the one Bestial Magnamut.
Now, you see that card on there? That means the deck has not been randomized yet in this world.
I wonder if he's going to just... Okay, he has a quick launch. I couldn't see what the spell was, but quick launch is perfect here. You're going to get your Dark Monster in the grave so you can keep the Lubellion there. You're not going to have to banish it and try to recycle it later. You automatically get Striker Dragon. So it's Veiler, Magmut, Droll,
Yep, and we
boot
see a
sector
quick
launch,
70
and there should be
launch
one
series,
more.
access to Magnavoid and the rocket engine, because you're able to quick launch into that rocket
I think the other was Wyver Buster. If it's White Dragon Wyver Buster, then that is just the perfect hand you want to have there.
Because it's linking things together, going to able to add that boot sector launch from the deck to the hand.
Yeah, you're going to be able to go for the whole line to get the, what's he called, Borland Dragon onto the board with the Magmut as well, getting a Magmut search at the end, getting Lobelin on field to get Brandon Regained, and Regained could even put back one of the baby dragons, so you have another one to discard off of the Romulus, you know, very strong. And with that, you also just get another rocket monster to use with the boot sector launch.
I mean, this is tough. I actually think this matchup is kind of bad for Paulie, because one of the notorious cards that are really good against Dragon Link are those. Like,
why is he making
Dark Ruler no more?
Pitsy here?
That Juan is actually
He added that back.
of that, so he might be prepared to go.
So he didn't use his normal summon yet.
He's going to link his Wyvern Burst.
I guess he's going to just use the Regained to immediately
This seems like one of the lines he
put
was,
back the
talking
Pitsy.
about before. So he kind of knows what his opponent is up to here, and he was trying to workshop ways to get around it. Make sure that he has a
Here, let me.
interrupt
Yeah.
on his turn, even if he has one of these pull-out.
I don't want to make it sound like we're both talking at the same time.
There, you're going to get it off the field here for Romulus, and then if you have a way to special summon it back from the graveyard, you can put it wherever you want. You're not beholden to the link arrows, and you might not have to go into the triple burst line, and can do some other stuff as well instead.
That is true. Does he have a way to summon it back, though?
Still has the Magna mode, which is great. Gonna come down to get something else in the end phase and grab that Lubellion to set up some branded spell and trap.
Yeah, because he can't banish it with a white.
Now it looks like Paulie's taking a moment to consider his options. Activates the Dragon Ravine.
I wonder how he's going to be getting the Pitsy back. That's an interesting point from the commentators, though. Back onto the field, that is. He could easily put it back into the extra deck, but...
For a little bit of clarification there. And it looks like it's going to go through.
Yep. So outside
Juan put his hand down, so I didn't get an opportunity to see anything that was in his hand. I know that he's on Sword Soul, but... It really seems like he didn't open up any hand traps, because Imperm would have come down by now, a Veiler would have come down by now, Ash Blossom, maybe not. He opened up the white. You might want to be... What would you save it for? Because Magical Dragon is banned.
Despite being colloquially known as Dragon Link, a lot of its end board cards happen to be synchro monsters. Things like Borreload Savage Dragon or the Bestial Dispotter now.
Very true. It looks like he does send Absa Router to the
And he didn't use Ash on Lubellion. Yeah, like you definitely would have done it on Lubellion in this format.
Most likely, I would assume so. That's great, yeah.
So he's still thinking on the Dragon Ravine. Oh no, he sent the Absa Router with the Ravine, not the card from the hand, and lets him add that Rocket Recharger to the hand. We weren't able to see the discard since it was off camera.
And now we are gonna change Fuse Spell into that boot sector launch.
I don't know if I agree with this whole line of specialing both of them.
In terms of, what kind of field boot sector...
You know, you kind of use your Pitsy for that. I mean...
Just firing out of there into battle?
That's what I think, so you're loading up those...
Maybe he's running something that I'm not familiar with, but... Huh.
And he's going to check the graveyard here, see what cards are all in there. That Bestial
Drollen
Rebellion is
Lockbird
still down
was
there.
discarded, I guess. Yeah, from the Ravine.
Yeah, I guess if you know you're playing against Sword Soul, the Droll Lockbird isn't that good of an idea.
Given the decks that we're
You
seeing,
don't really need it.
other things like Dragon Link, other combos like Ricketstone Avalon as well.
Yeah, definitely probably played a role in why he made it here all the way to the finals at the World Championship.
What do you think, Billy? Is Droll not that great against Warsaw? Will you get rid of the card, or...?
It's tough, yeah. You have to catch them on like an emergence or something, but if they just have that Sword Soul of Moye, it's not going to do too much damage there for
I don't think he played this correctly.
So he's able to link into the Hermetic Seal, because even though normally when you see Tracer and Recharger, you think the Recharger is someone from the Tracer, but in this case they both came from the hand, so not locked out of Dark Monsters just quite yet. Has a Seals and a Tracer, gonna activate that Magnamut.
There it is.
Is he just gonna make Baron? No, I mean you really want to use the Lebellion.
There's a lot of cards we haven't seen yet. For example, we haven't seen the quick launch. We haven't seen Chaos Space. Things that you really
We did see Quick Launch. He used Quick Launch as one of his first cards after he activated Lebellion.
Go ahead and banish. Yeah, the Abs Router? Seems so. Nope, changed his mind here. This is what we were worried about. Maybe he's getting in his own.
Why would you do that? Okay, thank God. I thought he was about to banish his Recharger. Unless he's running Caliber, that would be his only non-tuner level 4 rocket monster, which you don't want to banish that. Oh, he runs Caliber.
Darks could get back, I guess, to set up.
Okay.
Branded spell and traps he's playing in the deck, but
probably branded regain would be the big one.
Beast sometimes is played, so that could be another one.
True.
That's a nice one.
Especially here, he has a level 6 and a level 4 tuner. He'll be able to go into Bestial Dispatter since they are dragons.
Yeah, I guess if he's running all the Dispatter lines, then he's able to just not even worry about going to Baron, but doing that. That's also assuming he even runs Baron. He might not want to because it's a wind, and sometimes making it is a little awkward. Dispatter doesn't have that problem. Personally, I would run both, though.
There it is.
Yeah, Bestial Dispatter, as you mentioned, does have that cool effect that if your opponent activates a card effect, you can...
So that's why he might have wanted to summon the 4. I understand why he's going for this line, though.
Here comes that Bestial Lebellion. He's going to tribute the Absa Router that he brought back with the Dispatter.
I just feel like it's not that great of an interruption.
It's like he's going for the interruption, maybe talking about how he knew what his opponent's playing, wants that layered interruption, knows that he's packing that Dark World no more in the main deck, going for a trap card, heads up play here from Paulie. And if he can find a way to get to Sorinir and send Branded Regain to the graveyard, he'll be able to activate it from the graveyard with that Branded Beast effect in the end phase.
I think he might have entered... No, okay. I thought he was just gonna search for that Magnamut, but... Great stuff, but as you mentioned, Dark Lure No More could be a card that's really strong against this setup.
That's part of why I think you want the Beast here, is you have that trap card-based interaction instead of a monster effect.
Absolutely, really important to have different kind of interactions.
All right, the judge also cutting the deck there.
Yep.
Joining in on the action.
Yep, that green
looks like
card being
he
did.
Yeah, that was right. We just didn't catch what he searched, but I guess, we'll find out.
So I had to guess it'd be a Bestial of sorts, potentially.
Yeah. Especially if you have that Beast there.
And then pop it with the Tracer and get even another interruption.
True.
So,
and if Juan puts a Lighter Dark in the graveyard, he can banish Juan's Lighter Dark from the graveyard with the Bestial, and then that gives him a monster to put back with the Dispatter also. Oh! Entered battle phase! Wow.
Yeah.
Evenly matched.
We were talking about Dark Lord Noir. We haven't seen the evenly matched yet in game 1 from Juan, but this is huge. He has to pick. I think you have to go with the Dispatter here.
Yeah, I mean, I would think Beast you go with because you get the summon off a seal.
He does have a Bestial in hand.
He probably searched the Bestial, so he's going to keep the Branded Beast.
Yeah, I mean, now he's going to get to summon off the Erratic Seal, so
So if he summons a Bestial here, then that works. If he doesn't summon a Bestial and he summons something else, that works too, because you just put the Bestial on board and use it.
I might have seen a second copy of the card in the end. I'm not sure, though. Not sure. That could be the case. I mean, playing a card like evenly in the main deck, wow.
But this might be the heads up plate where he was hedging his bets against Dark Lord Noir and evenly. He could use the seals to return his monster and get a monster on the board afterwards. I mean, he could just go for a Bestial monster here if he doesn't have one in hand as well.
Just take a look at Hieratic Seal there. Note that you do not have to choose one of your opponent's cards to return to the hand. It's just that you have to use the effect during your opponent's turn.
And it looks like he is
Getting a Bestial. That makes complete sense. I agree with that. Now, what else would he have in his hand right now? He used both his Ravine and his Boot Sector launch, so those are gone for this entire game.
Doesn't matter too much right now as the battle phase has now been spent.
I mean, it still does kind of matter a lot. You to get rid of a lot with that evenly matched still. At least in terms of interruptions. Even though you just banished 2 face down, it's still, what, 1 interruption from the seal, 1 interruption from the disc patter. You still get to keep the beast evenly too.
Oh my gosh, he says you want the beast on the field.
So he's at 4 cards still. That's Heaven in his hand. I think I see Ecclesia.
Wow.
But now I think we're actually ending the battle phase.
Yes.
Maybe. This is huge.
Yeah. Huge start, and now it's all up to what is in one.
Happy 4:20 a.m. everybody. Bart Howard.
Still has 4 cards to
This
play
is
your opportunity. Like,
not
really go off right now.
what you think it is. It's just water.
Could be a Tanya as well. Let's see.
Maybe an incredible Ecclesia.
You just gotta be careful with the Ashuna and Vishuda being light and dark.
Oh, okay, it's a good one.
Long one. If he discards a shootout, that would be crazy.
That might have been the Ecclesia that I saw. It might have actually just been long one. Because if you have Ecclesia, can't you just summon it into an empty board as long as you control no monsters? I'm pretty sure you can still do that, so there's no reason that you wouldn't. Another copy. So he has Heavenly in his hand and 1 other card. Okay, so he has Veiler, Druid Swarm, it looks like. And then 1 more card. Oh, there's 1 mystery card in both of their hands. He's gonna get the token. He can Beast Pop and get rid of both of them if he summons the Druid Swarm. He might have done this just to bait out the Beast. Or, yeah, the Beast, because he's going to summon Druid Swarm, get rid of both of them. You definitely want to do that now.
Yeah, now there's a monster on the field, so all the bestial's effects turn to quick effects.
It seems like he's considering it. And he could get rid of both cards, right?
If it's Druid Swarm, I'm assuming
Druid Swarm,
Druid Swarm's probably
Yeah, exactly.
would make sense.
Yeah. So that could still be nice.
But then what's his follow-up? Because 1 card's Veiler, and we didn't see the other card, guys.
It is the Druid Swarm.
Now he's going to use Branded Beast. That's going to let him tribute the Druid Swarm. And then it's going to be able to destroy a card on the field, and the Druid Swarm will be able to send a special summon monster.
Now, Heavenly can chain to this if I'm not mistaken.
If it has something like Sword Soul Ataya, it could be pretty good.
Time,
or like some way to get around this. Like,
Let's check this out real quick, guys.
Yep, any worm. Heavenly Dragon Circle would be a good card.
I'm pretty sure we saw it in his hand.
even if you follow it up with just like a normal summon.
Tribute a non-effect monster, activate this vector. You control a face-up non-effect monster, banish card from the graveyard. Yeah, so you get to add 1. Yeah.
Dragon Circle lets you tribute that worm to add any worm from your deck to your hand.
Alright, so now we're going to get the chain resolving here.
Yeah, that's great. Honestly, you look at those 4 cards, 2 copies of each, but then you really need something to play with. And
So he can get a normal summon. And even if you Veiler that, you already have the token. So he just gets Moye, gets to make a level 8, still gets the draw.
even the Moye, if he has another monster in hand, another Zworso card. Let's see.
I mean, at the very
Yeah, this is not good.
Go into Chi Chow to grab Blackout at very minimum, but if he does have a worm, he could do much more.
Yeah.
So he'll get a draw at least with Moye.
And
And the Heavenly
Yeah,
Dragon
he could
Circle
make
provides
Boxia
follow-up.
right now.
You can't use it as graveyard effect to turn it sent there, but if it's been there for a
And
turn,
Boxia gets Taya.
effect monster, you're able to banish it from the graveyard and add a 10.
And gets rid of Beast. But I think it only spins it to the hand, so maybe that's not as relevant. But it doesn't let him use it next turn.
Sword Soul for sure to me.
I mean, there are a few top
And without Regained, he's not getting another search off of Magmut.
could be really nice. So I think it's close, yeah.
I don't know.
The Moye, okay.
It's not what Paulie wants to see. Now he's going to use the Druid Swarm effect to send that token away.
So we're telegraphing that last
Oh.
back to Worm Monster.
Okay, so this Veiler actually goes hard now because he already used a Heavenly Dragon Circle, so he can't activate another one even if he had another one. But I think that last card was a monster. So he needs something to reveal too.
I did pick the other one. Not gonna spoil it, but it's gonna be a relevant one later on. Let's see. We can assume the Moya is next, I guess.
Takes a quick look at the graveyard here.
Checking to see what the follow-up is, what Pauly's going to be able to do on the next turn. Now, I'm surprised he didn't go for Taya here, because with Taya, if you have the other worm in your hand, you can go into the Boxia, get rid of the Branded Beast.
Oshina. We already saw that, guys.
Well, what I was going to say is Taya can also get you to Moye and remove the Branded Beast along the way, but Fake Veiler would also stop the Taya as well.
Wow.
One Sword Soul Monster.
Yeah, now we're in trouble, but
he has nothing. He just has a Moye.
All right, so Pauly has, we know he's got the Bestial Rebellion.
He is in the driver's seat with the Branded Beast on the field. That
Yeah, that's his last card. Oh my god, and he passes.
Wow. Checking through the graveyard here first off.
Oh no. That last card needs to be some sort of hand trap.
yeah. And now, yeah, there is the Lubellion in hand. One class.
Yeah, he gets the regained. Because he just gets Baldrake or even Saynor.
With the Ashuna in hand, that's a good way to get a normal monster onto the board.
Absolutely.
You might want to just deck thin sending a Baldrake, theoretically, and then get regained right onto the field.
In this particular tournament, it was Chaos Space.
So he doesn't even.
Oh, so he can shuffle the last one. True, true.
Unbelievable.
There is the Levian here, and with the Wyver Buster and Collapse Serpent used at the beginning, you can just get a draw off
Wow.
with the Cow Space or the Link.
And we talked about how strong a card that is in the Dragon League strategy, and he didn't open it, but able to top deck it here in the second turn is huge.
That's the end of the game, guys. There's no card that he can draw. Unless he draws a third evenly matched. I don't even think the third evenly matched would do it, though, after this.
So one dark.
Would you not lie? I guess, yeah, the line would be, do you want to see the draw? Yeah, I guess so.
3 dark monsters. Chaos Dragon Levian here. Gonna send that card from the hand back into the deck.
Yeah, my only concern was maybe using the space first to see what you get into, right? But
that
maybe
I
he
agree
wants,
with.
yeah, that might be the case.
That I agree with.
But I guess he doesn't want to risk drawing maybe the last branded spell. That's what it is about. Yeah.
So he'll tribute that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously.
Lubellion can activate its effect to place that branded regain straight from the deck onto the field. So now he has Branded Beast, Branded Regained with a BC on the field. Juan with 0 cards after this Moye is going to be destroyed by battle.
And that kind of takes
Dude, he's shaking.
as well. You're not going to be able to get a normal monster here.
This is
nothing. This is looking so good for Pauly. Unless he wants to concede, I would.
No, I would never do that. I mean, there is no time limit. We mentioned it, so
Yeah.
there's no reason to do that. And there are still cards, you know, like Pot of Desires if he's playing it, maybe something like that would be nice.
You might just get like another board wipe. Something that can just destroy everything.
Maybe that third evenly matched, you know? Yeah.
Pot of Desires into Lightning Storm.
And Taya, yeah.
If he plays cards like that, who knows?
Like another evenly and
I guess
Wow, dude. Pauly is shaking it up.
So here comes that Chaos Space now that the Branded Regain is out of the deck. Branded Regain also poses a threat as well, able to special summon back a Bestial when your opponent summons a monster. So he'll be able to bring back something like Druid Swarm and tribute it off with Branded Beast as well. Gonna put back that one copy of Striker Dragon. Draws 1.
Makes sense. Doesn't really need to draw into anything at the moment, but let's see. As not normal summon yet, so.
Oh, he drew a normal summon.
He knows it's over. He knows this means he's gonna leak.
Yeah, he just put Striker Dragon back, so it's over. Dragon Link takes up game 1.
Away from being the first ever world champion for the United States.
What a start.
I guess, Raquel, you were right on who would be better in a top deck warrior.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
That effect Veiler was so huge. I really thought he was down after the double evenly match. He only had those two cards in hand. We knew one was the Beast of Lubellion. The Branded Beast wasn't doing anything. I thought maybe when Juan didn't get the Taya, got the Moye, he had a small opening. But that effect Veiler just completely shutting him down. You mentioned Sword Soul good at doing a lot of things, but sometimes if you can stop that one thing like a Moye, it can just shut off the whole turn.
All right. Now our players gonna
Well, it did a lot more than shut off just one Moye. It shut off double long one, double evenly matched. Like, you need to give the deck more credit than that. But that was pretty ridiculous ending. The effect failure was definitely the pivotal moment.
strategy to play around what his opponent was doing, but this time he's going to have to win 2 straight. Now, how does that change things?
And he's also going second. While he's playing majority board breakers in his side deck and in his main deck, so going first, he has to take those out. He has to put in more generic things. I know he has anti-spell to side in against the Dragon Link, which could cost him the game the way that it did in the semifinals.
I mean, I'm hyped. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! So, I get as much as possible in. But now we could see that happening. So
I wonder what he's doing to prepare for cards such as Anti-Spell and Tikaboo, because Sword Soul very proficiently uses those. What attribute is the token? Isn't the token light?
Indeed. And Paulie, I'm pretty sure I would not be shocked if he's consumed every little bit of the World Championship thus far in preparation for. He's so serious about winning this thing. You can tell he's
No, so that one's water. Are they all water? Because I just looked at the token that Moye summons. Yeah, so all of the tokens are water, so Long One still plays through their own Tikaboo if they have Tikaboo. It's only Moye that you don't get.
We saw him beat Dragon Link in the semifinals, so Juan is still trying to represent, and today you see he's focused, he's calm, he's collected. There's a reason why he's here in the finals.
Now, he built this deck specifically to deal with other combo decks like this, so like this should be a good matchup for him. So I have no doubt that he has a surplus of confidence.
Other combo decks, would you call Sword Soul a combo deck?
2 in a row, rather, and get this done.
Yeah, even this one was a close nonetheless with those evenly matched, so I'm sure it will adjust his side deck. I mean, I would be surprised if we just see that 2-0 sweep. We could get into the game 3, but regardless, I think for Paulie, it's a good thing that he can maybe take even additional risks in this game, knowing that worst case scenario, you're just going to game 3.
I
right?
think you just touched on a really good point. That's something that I've always done in my games as well throughout my career. When you win game 1, you can play game 2 a little riskier. You can side in, you can take a little gamble on what you're siding in, and if it doesn't
I don't agree with that, but...
It's one of those interesting things about the balance of Yu-Gi-Oh! As a whole. Like, game 1, you don't get access to those side deck cards that can really win you or lose you the game on their own, but the advantage...
Definitely, the skill of Yu-Gi-Oh! 100% comes from side decking, at least TCG. I know that there's different formats with Master Duel now being best of ones, and the OCG does best of ones pretty often as well, in a good amount of their smaller tournaments. Definitely a big different skill set that's testing compared to the side decking skill set. And in my opinion, I really like the side decking skill set. I think it really tests Yu-Gi-Oh! Players and their knowledge of the game and their knowledge of not only their own deck, but the opponent's deck a lot more meaningfully than best of ones do. With that being said, I like the OCG and Master Duel's card pool and ban list better than I like the TCGs. I think that their theory behind banning cards is a lot more comprehensive to addressing the problems in the game and making deck building interesting. And I know a lot of people might disagree with that, with Maxi forming a lot of what you have to run in terms of Ash Blossoms, Maxis, Cross-Out Designator, Call by the Grave. But at the same time, I think you also, while preparing for them and preparing to blow out Maxi, if you do see it and you see the Call by the Grave and so on and so forth, you do want to build your deck around being resilient against a Maxi when you don't have the out to Maxi, which, yeah, I think it is more interesting.
That's huge. Now Juan only playing with 4 cards. Sword Soul, a great deck, but it needs multiple cards sometimes.
Yeah, that's a big deal. We said it. Sword Soul very strong, but sometimes it just whiffs on those plays. Let's see if he has anything to...
Let's see. He has Nibiru in his hand. He has Ashina.
knows that that's not going to get hit by an Ash Blossom.
Okay, so he has a Galaxy Cyclone for a potential anti-spell. He definitely took notes from the last game. Or the last match, rather. Bashuda, Ashina. Didn't open a Bystial.
That gives him a level 7 monster, a level 1 tuner. That means he can go into a level 8 synchro like Chi Chao. I like to do this play when I already have Moyek, so I can also go into like a Chao Fang or something. But when you don't have the Sword Soul engine, still good to rely on this way to go into a Sword Soul Chi Chao.
But I think he's really happy about the Bystials because if he doesn't have any other Sword Soul cards in hand, that Bystial could have pretty much cut him off comboing.
It would have been devastating.
Yeah.
But having 2 Tinnies like this is ideal for...
I wonder what he searches in this situation, because he still has his normal summon. I believe it depends on the rest of his hand, which we didn't get to see. I believe we saw Nibiru in his hand, but I'm not sure. Oh, he opened up double Ash Blossom, because he already used it on the Desires. That's really unfortunate that that's there, and not a different form of interruption. Yeah.
Add a banished worm from the banish to the hand, adds back a Shuna, but will Effect Veiler be the card for Poly to win the world championship?
Effect Veiler is pretty good here because it cuts him off of a potential normal summon, but if he hard drew it, which they're gonna draw a good normal summon, oh man, that's like 50% of the time. Oh no, even more if you count emergence too. It's very likely that he already has a normal summon. I don't know if I would Effect Veiler there, or if I would Effect Veiler on the normal summon so he can't extend farther. Because the Chi Chao is going to always be the interruption. He passes, so I guess in his case now he doesn't need to deal with one more level 4 monster. And he gets the light monster in the graveyard. No matter what.
I would be shocked if he was not holding maybe his own copies, you know, of Max Chi or anything like that, but...
Well, he doesn't have Max C because that's banned.
Get out of 2017.
Oh no. 2017. What a time.
Safer. Excellent normal summon from Poly.
Not a bad one to have here. Gives you access to those baby Chaos Dragons.
And there's no Sword Soul card available for Chi Chao to banish, is there?
What is the last card in his hand? He's not shuffling it to the front.
Go through.
It's going to go to battle first.
Nice.
Hmm.
So that makes sense. Go to battle, take out the non-effect monster first.
Just in case something goes wrong in your turn, I like the heads-up play here from Poly.
Yeah, playing it on Ash Blossom, I guess.
Very smart.
So.
And Striker Dragon not quite strong enough.
And there is an Ash Blossom.
There is an Ash
Okay, okay.
Well played by Poly. Yeah.
Making him write down life points.
Spring. If you activate an effect that includes any of these, add a card from deck to the hand, which Safer does. Special summon from the deck, or send cards from the deck to the graveyard. You can use Ash Blossom and Joy Spring to negate that.
And he passes.
That's it from Poly.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, these Ash Blossoms and Effect Veilers really stopping them in their tracks.
What a top deck. Yeah.
It's Nibiru, the last one. Ash 2, Electric Boogaloo, let's go. Dude, 3 Ash Blossoms this game. 18, okay.
Does give him that Sword Soul card in the graveyard, so he still has that Chi Chao effect now to negate a monster effect. But just negating a monster effect, not the strongest against Dragon Link. They still have a lot of ways.
So it's Ashina in his hand.
So it seems like what's happening
And Nibiru?
and all of his main deck interaction, and not the cards he needs to actually play. His strategy.
He's going to need something like a quick launch.
That Safer would have gotten there, but it did not make it.
If he has Nibiru, I can't believe he didn't do that at the end of the main phase on his first turn, because he went Ashina Monk, Bashuda, Idhara, make the 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You make the 8 on 5, which is good, but oh man.
Yes, keeps on whiffing.
Looks like you're right about that top deck on Sword Soul. Sometimes you just don't draw any of the cards you need. A lot of the cards require other cards to be useful.
So 28.
Time, though, he's only going to have 2,400 left.
Possibly
So 30. So he still can use the Galaxy Cyclone.
or we might go into game 3 soon.
Kind of want to see a game 3.
Yes.
I don't. I want Dragon Link to win. Come on, let's go, baby. USA.
That's a long one and a sinister long one.
Let's see.
Yeah, or just one sinister long one resolving both the effects.
Resolving both effects, yeah.
But you're probably going to use a longer one on your way to make it. Very true.
Oh, but one's got a face down. This
Did he ask him what's my life points? He couldn't do the math.
One more draw for Paulie.
So he has 4 cards. Yep. We've known he's had that.
down to 1,400 life points. Anti-spell fragrance is gone.
He's held that
It's Nibiru and 2 others.
This is one opportunity to win this game.
Is it going to be enough, or is it too little, too late? Is Paulie going to complete the perfect season?
That's what I didn't want to say. I didn't want to say maybe he sided in the Cosmic Cyclone because he knew he was playing anti-spell fragrance and it would have backfired on him, but he ended up drawing into the anti-spell fragrance and it didn't backfire. Does he have any sort of play here to push past his Chi Chao?
I mean, having chained that Cosmic, I would assume so. Okay, good.
Here's the Bastille.
Brewsworm is good enough to at least deal with the Chi Chao.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only problem is that even if you clear the Chi Chao, he has Ashina in hand. So you need more than that.
Bestial Druid's form is on the field. When that's sent to the graveyard, a special summon monster is going to go with it.
Does he have another monster to summon?
Like Kingdom for a Link monster in Dragon Link.
Yeah. Let's see. Taking his time to think about this one. But looking at his extra deck, so we can assume he has at least anything to normal summon. Maybe it's something along the line, he's thinking about it.
Could be anything.
If it's Black Metal Dragon, I think he'd just be slamming it on the table.
Yeah, that's Xehanort in his hand. So that's the other Bastille. Very good patience. Very good patience.
Yeah.
It is.
Ooh, but that's a good one. Saronir able to access Deldu Bellion later on.
Saronir, notably the one Bastille you can play at 3 in this tournament. Every other one is limited.
Pretty good still in Dragon League, being able to send down Branded Regain to bring back with Branded Beast. So now he has 2 Bestials on the field, 2 Dragons on the field. The Druisworm will deal with the Chi Chao. He's going to link them away.
So he has to go for Heavenly Sphere here.
Okay, makes sense.
Yep, that makes sense.
This is summon number 3 here from Paulie.
Gonna send away that.
2. I mean, checking the graveyard here. Let's see if he wants to change Chi.
I mean, there's not really a reason to.
Does not negate it permanently, so it makes sense that it just allows that.
It's going to the end of the
Seals pass.
Dude, Seals pass. Strongest board.
Saronir's going to send down the Bestial Rebellion.
That's the best combo.
Now we're going to banish the Safer to pick up the Bestial Rebellion.
Yeah. Nice play here from Paulie.
Now he discards that Bestial Rebellion. Paulie's going to be careful here.
So he gets Magmut. Oh man, I don't think there's a way for the Sword Soul to win.
Those cards that are in hand, they could potentially be, they're either going to be just something they can't use or something that's going to interact with you on your turn.
Things like the Evenly Match, for instance, that you've already seen.
True.
He knows one of them, so at least that's what he has to think about. But yeah, gonna banish it for the Magnum.
Yeah, if he does this last one, then he's going to be able to get hit by Nibiru.
And now the Magmut's going to activate as well. Get a dragon in the end phase. Go to battle. Magnemut hits. And we'll see if there is, in fact, an Evenly Match. Though if you did get hit by Evenly here, I wonder which one you keep.
Yeah, at the same time, I mean, going first, tough that he would keep in, the evenly matched, maybe.
True. I think you just do the Seals trick and bounce the seal, tribute the Seals, bounce the Magnum.
You can't do that because it's his turn. You can only do that on your opponent's turn.
Cap those in, I guess.
1,400 life points left. It feels like the tides have turned in this one, that Paulie's starting to take command.
Yeah.
But now he's gonna Nibiru.
100 left. You could still just, you know, Juan's got a puncher's chance here.
This Lubellion is summon number 5 for Paulie. Now Juan is saying on the summon, I'm going to take a moment to think here before you activate, or before you place that branded Speller Trap from your deck to the field. So Juan has something.
If you've got it, I think this is the one chance. Because once those branded spells get on the field, or the Regained in particular gets on the field,
yeah,
that's when it starts to get out of control.
At the same time, yeah, not an easy decision here from Juan.
No, not at all. They both have a Nibiru in their hand. That's the crazy part.
Out of Paulie's deck already. Magnum can add back from the graveyard, though.
It can, deck or graveyard.
There is there. That's Nibiru.
Nibiru, the primal being. On the 5th summon, the rock's going to come down. Unfortunately, Seals, if tributed, you know, no matter how it's tributed, will it get its effect to summon a dragon from the deck.
And that's huge, actually. That's why Juan was thinking about it, because that stopped the Lubellion from getting a Branded Spell and Traps, but it might even lead to a better combo at the end, you know?
In return...
It doesn't, but because you would much rather get the branded Spell Trap. Oh my god, this one's tight.
Yeah. Could turn into, you know, a complete combo.
Yeah.
Turn into a Borreload Savage would be solid.
Because he just passed the first turn, so he hasn't access, you know, his boot sacks to the launch, Dragon Ravine, everything.
With his build, I think there's no world where you don't get Red Metal Dragon.
Making sure he doesn't make a mistake at this stage in the game. This is the most important game of his dueling career.
It is. And now he knows everything. He knows the last card in hand from his opponent as he took that back from the Banished. And now, all he needs to do is just think about what possible outs could he pick up from the top of the deck, and otherwise he's good to go.
He goes with Starly Safer.
I don't agree with that.
Can use Safer's effect to send itself to the graveyard.
I get that you get the 2, but
Indeed you can.
Yes.
you can just get rid of the Nibiru. No, Druid Swarms once. I don't know, that's still weird.
Buster banishing the Bestial Sorin here to touch down onto the field, but only for a moment before it uses the food summon for a 1, and that's right. Striker Dragon, Chainlink 1 Striker Dragon, Chainlink 2 Wyverburster.
And here is where that Cosmic Cyclone on the Anti-Spell Fragrance goes into fruition, because he can activate that boot sector launch. I was debating for a moment whether it was worth using that Cosmic, because you could just keep that Anti-Spell to, you know, make your opponent draw into those spells, and maybe that could be more useful to you, but I guess we'll see.
I mean, if it could be your last turn, you got to play it if you got it, right?
Yep.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're running the cards.
My heart is beating so hard right now because I can tell what is about to happen. We're moments away from history being made in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Link 2, Dragoon Knight Romulus. We're going to see the Dragon Link combo coming down here. Turns into this game. Paulie low on life points, but as long as you have a life point, you have a chance. That's the best part about the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Believing in yourself, believing in the heart of the cards.
We also haven't even gone to battle phase yet.
Thinking here for Paulie. This is a combo that I've
Does he have access? He doesn't have access to Death, Peter.
You still have to make sure that you do it right. All he pitches a Nibiru of his own for the Dragon Ravine.
His boot in his hand.
Dragon from the deck to the graveyard. Let's see what he goes with. Maybe an Absa Router.
Definitely Router. And then he grabs the Rocket.
We know every single card from Paulie as well, so he just has that boot sector.
Theoretically, he can get a 5, or get all 5 on board.
Yeah, Easter is in the making. We said it. First time ever, we already have 4 world champions in our hands, and we could get the 5th in just minutes away from here.
I don't agree with summoning it there. Don't you have your normal summon?
some of the rockets from the graveyard. Quad Boral is a great way to turn dragons that aren't rockets into
So
rockets.
6. Yeah, I mean, no, he has game right here because you don't use that yet.
Does he destroy the Nibiru token or the boot sector?
I mean, I guess you get it back either way.
Trying to figure it out right about now.
Because you have Pitsy with Tracer. Use the token and that to make triple burst. Although, isn't that effect monsters? Oh, he might not be able to do it that way because of the effect monsters.
This round is untimed. Do need to play at a reasonable pace, however.
Here comes Rocket Recharger.
Oh, 2+ monsters accept tokens, so literally cannot use the token. Ha 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 ha.
That's also an option to get something back later on.
He could make Nightmare Unicorn.
Guard Dragon Pisty.
Link 3 Rocket.
Triple Burst Dragon. Now you see the right arrow and the down arrow both pointing to the same zones. That means the Guard Dragon Pisty's effect is low.
Yeah. That's game. That's literally game right there, guys. Special summon any of them. Make end. End target. Nibiru. Summon it. Oh, wait. No, he did go to battle phase to get the 2,500 damage.
So he's going to use Striker Dragon's effect to destroy the token to add back, I'd imagine, Rocket Recharger? It is indeed Rocket Recharger.
And then because the monster was destroyed, Rocket Recharger.
No, that's not how it works. He's normal summoning it.
Now we've got Triple Burst, Pisty, Striker Dragon, Triple Burst Dragon versus Nibiru. None of these are big enough on their own, however.
But the Boral End will be able to negate the Rocket Recharger effect to bring back the Tracer. So he's going to be able to have Boral End and Boral Load Savage Dragon.
Boral End Dragon hits the field with 3,500 attack points.
Yep.
Negates Rocket Recharger, special summons back Rocket Tracer. That's a level 4 tuner, level 4 non-tuner. And together they combine to synchro summon Boral Savage Dragon.
Beautifully played by Paulie, and you can see Juan smiling it. I mean, he knows he is against an amazing opponent, and now one draw away from what could be the last game of the World Championship 2023.
You definitely wanted to negate your Recharger there, because then you still have the Nibiru face up in order to negate if they go to end phase and you want to get another monster.
Probably the biggest tournament of his life.
But Dragon Link did it. There's no way he's playing out of this. The only thing I could think of, no, evenly matched doesn't even do it.
You mentioned it, Paulie has been a veteran in the game, but sometimes you have those players who are missing that performance, and sometimes in just a single year everything changes. It's you're here after winning a lot of different events.
And he can even summon the Druid Swarm, summon the Rocket Recharge or Tracer, activate it to destroy your own Druid Swarm, and then pop his card.
Alright, so Boral Savage Dragon's going to be at 4,200 here.
One more draw.
There's nothing in his deck that he can draw to do.
Will it be the handshake? Did he draw into something he can use?
Oh, that's so funny. He had the handshake out. Okay. That's what we're talking about. USA, baby. Dragon Link. The best deck. Let's go.
Wow. What a way to end it. You mentioned it. First time that it's happening.
And they say Yu-Gi-Oh games only last for 2 turns.
For TCG, OCG.
Wow. I have dreamed of this moment my entire dueling career.
Every duelist
The USA. Yeah, I don't know how long any of you have been playing Yu-Gi-Oh, but watching for over a decade, the USA make it close to winning Worlds, and finally doing it is just, you know, it's definitely a journey. It's definitely a journey, everybody. And for Yu-Gi-Oh to be at this pace that it is now, for us to not have a World Championship for 4 years and then come back to all of this, wow, congratulations, Juan. Or Paulie.
You know, his demeanor hasn't changed once this entire time. He's just been smiling the whole time, and now he's going to be...
This was worth the 5 hours.
2023 OCG TCG World Champion, Paulie 勝したパウリ選手、今のお気持ちをお願いいたします。
Hi. What should I say? Just talk about the weekend, the tournament. What am I supposed to do?
Wow, he's talking to him in Japanese.
Really good. It was a great weekend. Really fun weekend. I'm sorry, what was that? Oh, I can say more. Oh, okay, yeah, no, it was a super fun weekend. I was saying all weekend, like, it was great because, like, we all made tons of new friends. Had a lot of fun, and then this happened, and now it's an even better weekend. Yeah.
ものすごい楽しい週末でした。いろいろと新しい友達も作ることができて、最終的にはこのような場にたどり着くことができてすごい嬉しく思って。
That dude is tired. That dude's definitely traveled, played some Yu-Gi-Oh! That is the tournament experience. At the end of the entire week, playing... How many rounds do they have to play for this? I guess this was 9 rounds they had to play in a format that they're not familiar with, that they're probably not very well practiced with, you know. I'm not surprised that he's up there not able to say anything.
It almost seems like he doesn't believe it yet.
What a finals. What a guy, and honestly, even from this interview, you could tell if there was a guy that was deserving it, it was surely Paulie. Honestly, such a humble guy, such good presence, and what a tournament he had, honestly. What a year.
And Paulie also played that extremely well. He definitely made the most out of every single play that he had.
You know, that's just him. That's Paulie, and that got him all the way here to the end. It's been fantastic. So thank you so much, everyone out there who's joined us all weekend here, and thank you to all the duelists who've been playing this weekend, and everybody all throughout the year who's been competing and trying to get here to the World Championship. It's been fantastic. It's a great celebration.
Yeah, absolutely. And give it up again for Paulie. Give it up. It was an insane achievement. What a guy.
Just so amazing. And yeah, he's had an incredible year. And to cap it off this way on the biggest stage, to be the first ever world champion from the United States. Just
Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship.
And all of our other world champions that we had.
Absolutely, it was an amazing day. As you mentioned,
Wow, the caster's talking over there. The MC's pissed as fuck right now. Yeah, that Master Duel was hype. There was so much going on there. That was straight up TikTok territory levels of dopamine. 3 matches going on at the same time.
To start off the 25th anniversary celebration of Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm glad I got to do it with all of you at Kangas as well. Everybody watching at home. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023。熱きデュエルは今日幕を閉じます。しかし、また新たな歴史が動き始めます。2024年に向け戦い抜いた選手たち、そして皆さんで今、スタートを切りましょう。さあ皆さん、最後に一緒にカウントダウンをお願いします。Alright, everyone, let's do a final countdown together. 準備はよろしいでしょうか？ Are you ready? いきますよ。3, 2, 1, duel!
Duel. Hold on, guys. I'm getting our title good. Jeremy, what's up? Enzo, shout outs to Enzo. Cool dude. Definitely got to watch the credits, give everybody the credit that they deserve. Oh, Morita. Why is the @ symbol there? All right, so guys, we're going to take a little bit of a break here. I was accidentally muted for a little bit, but we're going to come back, do some Master Duel. I just want to get a couple things sorted out, take a little bit of a break, been going for a while here. So yeah, I'll see you in about 10 minutes. I'm sorry, guys. I was muted that whole time. But you saw the deck. You saw what we're playing. We're celebrating Paulie winning with some dragons. Took a second, just as expected. Also, I know I normally have music up and everything, but we're just gonna chill to the Master Duel music today. At least for right now. Maybe I'll get a little bit more pep in my step a little bit. We've been going for a while now, so. Oh, dude, I forgot to put the dragon here. Wow, I took out the red reboot, and it's the first deck we see, Labyrinth. That's really funny. This is a pretty baller hand, though, I gotta say. We're going to be able to chain to his Chandelier, to his any of the guys. Banish him, get him out of here. The Max T is always Upstart Goblin here. He discarded Evenly Matched with that, so I guess he doesn't really mind because that wasn't doing much, but... Sets all four. Oh my god, dude. If I just had red reboot here, I would just kill him. Because this hand is perfect. Like, I literally put these guys in instead of the red reboot. This is just an insane hand all around. If he is called by the grave here, we have a cross out to counter it. It's probably the only use we get out a cross out at all. Nope, that's good. That's fine. Wow, drawing into Baldrake here means that no matter what, it works well. So in response to the Lovely, I'm definitely going to use my quick launch because I don't want him to snipe that. That's a play enabler that helps me out a lot. Okay, he's going to do the Chandelier here, so I'm going to quick launch first and see what he does. I know that he added to his hand that bitch, yeah. So we'll put him in attack still, even though his monsters are bigger, because ideally we're getting both of them off of the field right now. So he probably has to destroy Tracer here. Wow. He hit the worst card. Because now I just make Defleur. He's going to call Synchros. And I don't have a way to counter it. But that's fine. That's perfectly good with me. He doesn't realize, but it just doesn't matter. And he fucked it up. Now he doesn't get a set. Yeah, this game's over. He should just concede. Especially after he sees my hand. Wow. Alright, after we get to 100, I'm actually gonna see if we have enough to get 10 packs. We should, because we were only 30 off. In fact, we should right now, but I'd rather just, you know, get the 100 first, be at 22 out of 30 for the next ultra rare of my collection. I forgot to change the mate again. Wow, what is this hand? Yeah, we'll start with him. Yeah, we'll normal summon Baldrake. We're gonna get ourselves a draw here. Ravine, interesting. So I never need to make Romulus. And I just have all of the plays here. Oh, I did already use my normal summon. I mean, I do that anyway. Yeah, I can make Steel. Yeah, Seal's better here. Yeah, just get Baldrake back, because Baldrake's another interruption. Okay. Huh. That's a normal summon. That is a runic fountain. Destroy Dragon Ravine. Okay. Okay. Put Starleaf back, it gives us longer. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I think you're sorely mistaken on what's happening right now, brother. Yeah, I'll do both. Now I don't get stopped by Valor and Imperm and stuff. Yeah, we'll do the other Lupellian. That's fine. The one draw, okay. It's that monster. Alright, that destroys him. Okay, I shouldn't have used the Star Liege in that situation. I know I put it back, but... if I go to end phase here, I have to discard for hand size. I'm not expecting this back row to be much. That's kind of problematic. Okay. Blade Charger is definitely the best one to put back here. Amano Iwata. That is the best card I could have drawn. Thank you, Jesus. No, I don't want to do that there. I actually want to go to battle phase. Oh, we're getting really low on cards, but I don't have a light engrave yet, so I still have to do this. Because they're all going to the bottom, which means he's not going to draw them, and he hasn't had a way to shuffle the deck. I hold Libellion here, so I'm less likely to deck out. have 5 cards left. This is bad. So this surely cannot be another fossil dino. I really messed up by summoning this guy at all. That's so funny. I think I lose. All the chaos spaces are gone. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a win condition. I shouldn't have summoned the Libellion after tribute summoning face down. Bro, what field spell are we this down bad to get? Numeron, why'd you choose to go first? How does this go? So I'll go down to 24. I'll summon Magmut on the same chain. Yeah, I don't know what the set is or any of the cards in his hand. Surrendered. Interesting. Alright guys, one more. Just give me one moment. Let's go. Going first is not the worst. So I do like this idea of more consistent, no real going second cards. If I could... Oh, wait, it doesn't even matter because I have the Calm by the Grave. But if he ashes this and then Maxi's... Okay, so Maxi here. So the thing is, if he has Ash, he's probably going to save it for this then. Although I'm going to go as far with the line as I possibly can. Because if he tries to stop anything here, then I just get to go for the whole Chaos Space line for free. And I'm going to go all the way with this using the Boot Sector launch and popping it with Rocket Tracer. And if none of it gets ashed, after that we do the Chaos Space. If this baits out an Imperm or an Ash or anything, we're happy about it. Not ideal. Get our own magma. Yeah, this line's better because we get regained and everything out of it. So I just save it as interruption. I don't need to do it right now. So this, we're gonna get Druid Swarm. That a card. I think I just let that go through. Does this force out his Druid Swarm is the question. I do this in the end phase because I don't want him to keep playing in the main phase after we do all the exchanges. And he doesn't choose to use his Druid Swarm. I think he probably should have. now he can't stop it because I have 2. Yeah, I definitely want to put Magmar back. His only thing is having Beast and popping it, but... Oh, oh man, you thought you were nice. You thought you were good. You thought nothing was gonna happen. And now he knows what the last card is. Oh god, that was such a draw. So he has a Druid Swarm. And then he just has Druid Swarm. I didn't use Ravine yet. I get back Baldrake if he does that. Here's a head called by the Grave. This plays around Ash Blossom for now. He'll still be able to do it on the discard, but... Okay, perfect. We use the Beast here. So we still get the search. Oh my god. I should have popped the Imperm. I'm so stupid. Oh, it needs to negate in order to... Okay, okay. It does the same thing. Thank the Lord. Thank Jesus. Oh man, thank Jesus. Sure. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I did not normal yet. And that's the way the news goes. Gores is not a real card. Does he have another Bestial for me to negate with Boral Savage Dragon? Show him who's boss, Boral Savage Dragon. Show him who's boss. Whose house is this? This Boral Savage Dragon. What is that? Easy money. $100. There we go. We got all the way. You know what it's time for, friends? 10 packs of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. But what packs, may you ask, are we getting? Well, that's a fantastic question, everybody. As for the answer to that question, I already know what it is. And it depends on what packs this comes out of. Legends of Old. Legends of Old. Master pack. It might be secret pack, but does not matter. Wow, these cards all suck. The only one that I need is Snow. I guess I'll make a fairy tale for the bait. Which one's the best for bait? Is it purely aesthetics because this deck sucks? Oh my god, it looks like fucking Snow White. Easy. Rakcha is the pick. Oh yeah, free pack? Free pack? No. Oh my god, two ultra rare packs. Come on, let's get a Snow off the first pack. Oh my god, 2 ultra rares. They could always not be ultra rares. Oh, Snow! I don't even want the other packs. Jesus Christ. That was something else. Rella. Okay. Yeah, nothing exciting in these guys. Come on. What else do we got for you? Alright. We gotta do it again. 3 ultra rares in 1 pack. Please. You know, we'll save this one for last. It's the least likely to be an ultra rare. Alright, who cares? Alright, who cares? How is that new? It's 3 ultra rares again, baby! Let's fucking go. And there's one more pack. And there's another ultra rare in this pack. It's guaranteed, I promise you. Fuck. You know, all things considered, I could say we did pretty decent, you know? Pretty good. These garbage cards that I can get rid of. I'll keep Construct because she has a special place in my heart. We can dismantle this garbage. And we can't dismantle that. And this is honestly a pretty good card if I ever want to play the... Oh, but I would be one short from another one. It's just... Dude, what do you even take out of this deck? Like, I think you could take those out and standardize it a bunch. I should honestly have another Talents, but that's not here nor there. I'll save the crafting ones for now. However, we're going to continue with some dragons, you know. One more win, we get to our Platinum 2, which would be pretty nice, Pretty sus. Getting to go first on that too, you know, it was nice to see. We have a Dimension Shift player, and it's a good thing we play Called by the Grave. So we'll go for this line again first. We do want to save Lebellion for after they've used more of their interruptions. things. I should honestly play some Imperm for the Crosshair Designator, but right now I don't. This Designator here would be really good. He'd be starting with 3. But it's not that big of a deal. And I get to do the whole line is the point as well. Not just that he starts with 3. Let's see if he has another Imperm. So that doesn't really do much for us. I think just to preserve follow-up, we do this. And even if he does Ash as well, we're pretty good. Yeah, so he's gonna Ash here on that. I think I just use it. Might as well. Yeah, it'd be really funny if I just didn't even choose Ash. But we did it. Alright, 8 more and we're back in Diamond for the month. Seven more and we're back in Diamond for the month. Opening Oblivion here is so good. I keep forgetting to change the damn mate. Mate. You motherfucker. I don't get a big sector launch, so it's not that big of a deal. Oh my god, that gives him pot of greed. It's okay because I do have the boot for the backup. But it doesn't feel the best. Giving him 2 cards. I just have to because I don't have any other interest or anything to rely on. I mean, that's just bad. Okay. That's so fucking good. Jesus fucking Christ. I literally clicked the wrong one. Alright guys, I really need to get off after this one. I'm honestly super fucking tired. Yeah, I'm just getting off right now. Yeah, they have the absolute nuts. Interesting change of events though. Alright guys, but it was very successful today. You know, we made another rank up. We got to watch the USA win Worlds for the first time ever with the best deck ever. All in all, very fun night. Glad that you guys could be here with me. Until next time, my friends, Chicago.